Test, test, 1, 2. Can anybody hear me?
Hi, Lana.
Hey, how's it going? I, yeah, okay.
Just letting board members in, and then we can start.
Sure, sure.
Hello? Okay.
Hello. Barry, you had your hand up?
Okay, Rick's coming. Hold on. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much. That's my tech director.
Lana?
Is that Richard? Are you,
Yes,
Yeah,
hi.
it is.
Hi.
Your blouse goes well with your hair.
Oh,
Those are
thank
great.
you. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Tell all your friends.
Randy, so I got a fake email using that was trying to say it was coming from you.
Yeah, sorry about that. A number of people received that,
Okay.
so hopefully you shouldn't see that anymore. I've flagged it to Google or to Gmail, and I've changed my password.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see everyone, but I think we have a quorum. Let's just do it. Michael, could I trouble you to, given the number of attendees we have, keep your eye out for additional board members? And can I also trouble you to be our timer this evening?
Sure, Randy. I just have a couple of things I'm working out here technically. I got a little problem.
Okay, no worries.
I'm unmuted.
I don't see a
I'm unmuted. You can put my hand down.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, we'll give it one more minute. Hi, good evening, Lisa.
Hi.
Lisa,
Hi.
congratulations.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. I guess, and Michael, since I don't see Alexis, you can please call the roll. We'll get the ball rolling. Good evening, Brian. Okay, it looks like Alexa is going to be, she's going to be a little bit late. But with that, if we can start the meeting. Michael, are you able to call a roll, or do you want me to do it? Okay, not hearing from Michael, I will we'll call the roll and get this going since we have a whole lot of people in attendance and I'm going to be mindful of their time, plus a long agenda. So the Studio City Neighborhood Council board meeting is called to order at 7:05 p.m. Roll call, Richard Adams.
Here.
Richard, thank you. Brian Carroll.
Here.
Michael DeLazar.
Here. Sorry.
No worries.
I said here. I don't know if
Here.
it came.
It did. Mr. Hoffman, I see you. You're here, yes?
Yeah.
Raduca Kaplan is absent this evening. Lisa
Here.
Nancy Kramer, we'll give it another pass here on the side. We'll promote Brenda. Why not? Okay, not seeing Nancy. We'll have her as absent. Alex. Vicky. Here. Richard Niederberg.
Here.
Jesse Porter.
Here.
Rick Rosner.
Here.
Lana.
Here.
Alexis Steinberg is going to be late. And Adam Summer.
Here.
I don't see him. Oh, he is here. Perfect. So we have quorum. Okay, so moving right along, I actually see that Brenda from Sheila Kuhl's office is here, so I will leave any remarks or updates regarding the park and ride to her during our government officials. As it relates to the now outgoing board, we have a half of a meeting to start next month, but I just want to I'll say it again next month as well. Thank you for your service to Studio City Neighborhood Council. Certainly 2020 was a year like no other. And I know that everyone has done their best to participate and be involved. So thank you for that. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention Richard. Thank you to Richard Adams. Richard Adams this afternoon sent me a note, which of course, Richard, I am now looking for, but maybe I'll just let you speak to it. In a nutshell, Richard sent me an ask for an emergency motion. Of course, we're within the 24 hours, so we couldn't make one. But the idea being that last night, unfortunately, in West Hollywood, we saw an act of, as I can only describe as anti-Semitism. A group of a group of individuals decided to call out people at a restaurant dining in West Hollywood to see who was Jewish, and then after that decided to physically beat up two people. That's unfortunate. It is disgusting. It's shameful. And I know that from conversations, I think it's safe to say I can speak for everyone in saying we echo the sentiment of all of our city leaders that this is not a city that will stand for this, and hopefully those individuals that did this will be brought to justice and they will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. So that's the only citywide thing. Other than that, just again, a big thank you for everyone here tonight. We have a packed house, so public comment is going to be limited to 1 minute. So hopefully that way we can get to everyone. Number one. Number two, agenda item number 12, as it relates to the historic nomination of Weddington, that agenda item is going to be moved forward to agenda item number 7. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda. So with that, Michael, are you ready to be our timer?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
did you want me to give about 30 seconds on the issue?
Sure. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. First up, everybody on the board, I sent a copy of the motion I sent to Mr. President there and the list of the people off the top of my head, should be recipients. if anybody can think of anybody else that's appropriate to send it to, I went from state all the way up to federal. It would be appreciated. We can collate it and give them all to Randy. And I am willing to attend an emergency meeting or a special meeting anytime next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever we get a quorum for, and make this an official motion rather than just an unofficial letter. And with that, back to you, Randy.
What happened?
Randy, you're muted.
Thank you, Brian. If the board wants to have an emergency meeting to pass a formal motion, just shoot me an email. Let me know if you want to make yourselves available. Today's Wednesday, so I would say it would have to be, if we could do Friday afternoon. I think it wouldn't take very long, but let me know. So, Mike Delaz, are you back on? He had to restart his computer. I apologize for the airplane overhead. 1 second.
It's over all of us.
Okay, not seeing Mike DeLazar back on as of yet. He just texted me he's having computer issues. I will go ahead and be the... Actually, do you want to be the timer, Richard Adams? Okay, Brian Carroll.
I can be the timer if you need it. I can be the timer.
Okay.
Randy?
Yep. Okay, great. Richard, thanks. Will be our timer, I guess, till Michael gets back. So 1 minute for public comment. So please raise your hand at this time if you're interested in making public comment on non-agenda items. Seeing multiple hands. Here we go. Are you ready, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, call-in user 1. Go ahead.
My name is
Call-in
Richard.
user.
Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall.
Yes, go ahead.
I have emailed you. I emailed you numerous times about the broken hyperlinks, and you keep saying I took care of it. Once again, it has not been taken care of. You're an asshole. You bullshit me all the time. You don't follow through. You're just a cunt, just like Simi Park. You just don't follow through at all.
Can you please
I've asked for it to be corrected. Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of you, Randall, bullshitting me all the time. Shut the fuck up. And then you keep saying, oh, look, I try my best. You screwed up, and also I've asked you about the data breach also, in which you're not responding to. It's been going on for 45 days. But, of course, you're an asshole about the whole thing. Why don't you disclose about the personal information that was disclosed in February? Thank you.
If I may, his conduct is completely unacceptable. He should not be allowed to participate whatsoever.
Unfortunately, it's all protected by the First Amendment.
Randy, you're muted.
Mr. Hopp or any other caller is allowed to speak, and as distasteful as some may find it, at this time, we are going to continue to allow public comment unless something changes from the city. Nevertheless, it's his protected right to say what he'd like. It does not have to be in a manner that is accurate or tasteful. So with that, we'll go to caller. Are you ready with your 1 minute timer, Richard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, call in or a stakeholder phone number ending in 713. Go ahead, public comment for 1 minute.
Hi, this is Ruth, your ruthless neighbor. I'm I wanted to talk to you about the Hope of the Valley. Hope of the Valley is not in Studio City, and they don't assist people in Studio City directly. The last time I was assisted by them, actually the only time I was assisted by them, I got a nice shower from them. And it was about 5 years ago, and then they stopped allowing people to go shower there without an ID, so I never got to have another shower from them. And there's some really good organizations that do help in Studio City that would be better recipients of the neighborhood solution, or the neighborhood improvement grants or whatever. So I hope that we can maybe reconsider giving it to Hope of the Valley and give it to somebody else. As your only homeless participant for the last year, I hope that you will consider what I'm saying about these grants, and
Time.
you will. Thank you.
Any louder.
Randy, you're muted again.
Thank you, Randy. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to the newly elected unofficially, and for those that may be departing, thank you for serving the community. I just would like to suggest that any effort to limit public comment should be discouraged. We need more transparency with our teleconference meetings at every level of government. So we have to continue to maintain that, and including extending public comment. Every level of government has decided to hide behind their computer screens, not allowing for stakeholders to speak their mind or hold anyone accountable. So keep that in mind as you go forward into the next calendar year. Thank you.
Randy, can't hear you.
Sorry, try to be more mindful. Seeing no more hands for public comment on non-agenda items, public comment is now closed. Moving right along to agenda item number 5. Rick.
Okay. We have $24,500 left roughly. Tonight, you're going to see 3 requests totaling a little over $16,000, which would, if all approved for those full amounts, eat into the $10,000 rollover just a bit. We'd still have over $8,000 to roll over. Other people Lana and other people may comment on, the philosophy of rolling as much over. There have been people making decent arguments that, that we should spend the money we have instead of saving it to roll it over. But in any case, we'll have at least 8 to roll over. I've got 2 small motions. One is to approve the April monthly expenditure report. That's 5A. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council has reviewed the monthly expenditure report for April and hereby accepts and approves the report as presented.
Okay, Michael, can you do a roll call for this?
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
thanks.
Barely have a microphone right now. Everything's just kind of melted down over here. Okay. Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar. Yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Raduca Kaplan.
She's absent.
She's absent. Lisa Karadrian.
Yes.
Nancy Kramer, absent. Alex Isbicki. Alex.
Muted.
Alex Isbicki. What's your vote on this?
Just keep going. Let's see. We'll come back to him.
Richard Niederberg,
Yeah.
Jesse Porter,
Yes.
Rick Rosner,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa is absent, and Adam Summer.
Yes.
Alex is
Great.
Vicky, last chance. The vote carries anyway.
Okay, it's great. Thank you. I see a comment from Barry Weiss. Hold on, we'll do public comment. Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make comment on the treasurer's motion in that he believes or seems to perpetuate this idea that $10,000 rolling over into next year from this year's budget is necessary or required. That's not the case whatsoever. And then he criticizes during his discussion the idea of public policy of spending the money in the budget year and criticizes that in his comments when it's regarding approving the treasurer's report. That has nothing to do with the treasurer's report. And I don't appreciate being talked down to like that. And I don't appreciate him making personal comment on policy. That's just
I think you
inappropriate. You
misunderstood
don't need
me.
to
I said
respond
there
to
was
me.
discussion.
Okay.
You can't respond to me. I have my public comment. You have no right. And I ask you, Randy, to please stop him from doing such a thing. That's inappropriate. You just talked about people making comment. And now you're letting him interrupt me. That's inappropriate.
Considered good financial practice
Yeah, I
edition.
think I see it. Okay, I think your time has expired, Barry. Thank you for your public comment. As I heard Richard's timer, public comment from Bezel Hamideh. 1 minute, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Basil Hamida. I've lived, my family and I have lived in the area near Weddington for the last 7 years. We plan to live here for the rest of our lives. I want to express that we are deeply committed to our neighborhood's aesthetic. And
Forgive me for interrupting you. This comment at the moment is as it relates to
the Harvard
agenda
Westlake
item,
River Park project.
agenda item 5A, the Harvard Westlake project. We're going to be moving that up. That'll be agenda item 7. So just hang in there and you'll have an opportunity to speak. But if your public comment is related to the treasurer's report, 5A, you're welcome to comment. Okay, I'll assume that your comment is specifically for Harvard Westlake, so we'll move right along. Janine, public comment for 1 minute on agenda item 5A.
Hi, Randy. It's me.
Hi.
I think I inadvertently raised my hand there. I too am waiting for the
Harvard Westlake?
Exactly. Now I'm a little confused. Which is that agenda item now? It's
So it was on the agenda as number 12, but given that we have upwards of 80 attendees, we're going to move that agenda item as an e-blast to agenda item 7. We're going to advance that given the community importance and interest. So hang tight, and we'll be to that agenda item shortly.
Are we ready for 5B?
Yes, go ahead. Thanks, Rick. Go ahead.
5B is a very old piece of business, which is getting the web corner paid for their monthly charges for May and June of 2020, which went unpaid because of the way we were allowed to roll over some money for encumbrances. So we had to have them invoice us for a full year, but we couldn't pay them for that full year all at once because it overlapped a couple years, and it's taken till now to get a special motion to get them paid for basically a year ago. And the motion is the Board of the Studio City Council approves the payment of $400 to the Web Corner for monthly website services, $200 for May 2020, $200 for June. We'll need a second.
I second.
I so move.
Okay, it's seconded before we take a vote. So seconded by Lisa. So before we go to motion,
Lana Shackelford.
Lannis.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So sorry, Lisa, before we vote on that, now that's been seconded, we have public comment for 1 minute. So first, call-in user number 1. Go ahead.
You are that's real nice. Let Paul get paid. When are you going to identify the data breach, Randall? Because you don't want to. You're saying that's not factual. You've been telling me that I have to talk to the city attorney's office about the data breach that was done in February. What about the broken hyperlinks? But you're still going to pay the hosting, the web administrator. You keep saying talk to the city attorney about the fucking data breach. You want to identify that? You just say, well, that's not true. Why do you say that's not true, asshole? But you won't do that. You keep saying talk to the city attorney. You put it in writing. And then you have some board member saying, I can trust you because that's not nice because people's data was exposed. You people are a bunch of losers. You think I'm afraid of you? Go sing with Simi Park, that loser.
Your time has expired. Public comment from Barry Weiss for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't lower my hand after I made my last comment.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry
Thanks, Barry.
about that.
No
Sorry.
problem. Okay.
Is there a place?
Rich Leibenberg, do you have public comment regarding agenda item 5B?
I raised my hand because I thought maybe there was a lineup for something else. I want to talk about Weddington. But,
Okay, stay tuned. It's coming up momentarily. Okay, is there any board comment related to motion 5B before we vote on this?
Let's get it done.
Great, let's give it a vote, please. Michael, take away.
Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Alex Isbicki. Alex. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter.
Yes.
Rick Rosner.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Adam.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
There a place
Great,
for me
thank
to
you.
comment on a non-agenda item?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Rick. What?
Is there can I make a non-agenda comment?
Sure, what's up?
Rudy was talking about some of the issues involved with, Zoom meetings, and we're getting close to the point. We'll probably get some guidance from the city at some point, but where we are getting near the point where we can start thinking about having meetings in person again. And need to somebody, I'm outgoing, but somebody on the new board might want to research like some possible criteria for when it would be reasonable to meet in person again.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. That's shortcoming. So I appreciate that. Moving right along, we do have some government officials with us. I already promoted Brenda, kind enough to join us from Sheila Kuehl's office. Brenda, you didn't say necessarily that you wanted to speak, but I'm sure, hopefully you are here to give some input. So if I could trouble you, if you care to give us an update. I know there's a scheduled cleanup of the park and ride, a non-displacement, important to say that, a non-displacement cleanup scheduled for all the excessive trash, et cetera, and bulky items for the 20th, tomorrow. So anyway, Brenda, if you can, if you care to speak.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Randy, for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Great,
First
thank
and
you.
foremost, congratulations to all of the newly elected board members, and thank you for your service for all those outgoing board members. As Randy mentioned, my name is Brenda Yanez. I am the field deputy for Supervisor Sheila Kuehl out of the Van Nuys District Office. And I'll just touch base really quickly in regards to vaccinations. So at the moment, you could show up at any of our 8 county-run sites during operating hours to get vaccinated at this moment. So you no longer need an appointment since there is an ample amount of supply. And now the county's efforts are focused on making it as easy as possible for everyone that's 12 and older to get vaccinated. And of course, those children and teens that are 12 through 17, they do need to be accompanied by a parent, guardian, or responsible adult. They must present a photo ID and verification of age when present. And just to keep in mind, students and teens or children and teens 12 to 17 are only eligible to receive the Pfizer vaccine. So make sure that when you're making your appointment for that age group, to make sure that the county website is offering that Pfizer vaccine. I do want to go ahead and mention that on Wednesday, May 26th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. in North Hollywood at Whitsett Park, the supervisor in partnership with Councilmember Pakrakorian and the food bank, they will be hosting another food distribution. I did go ahead and send the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council the flyer. So feel free to share with your stakeholders. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them right now or offline. I know that you guys have a lot on your agenda at the moment, but I did want to touch base very quickly about the Studio City Park Ride. I know it's been a hot topic over the last couple of years or so, but just for the past 2 weeks, our office has been having ongoing conversations regarding this lot. We actually just finished having a conversation not so long ago today in regards, so we've had these conversations with the Department of Public Works, LA County, the Executive Office, Sheriff's Homeless Outreach Service Team, also known as HOST, and the Los Angeles Housing Services Authority on how to intensively outreach to the people experiencing homelessness on the lot in an effort to provide them with the resources and services that they need. And we have determined, because we've had so many of our constituents out in Studio City and surrounding communities contacting us in regards to the abundance of trash and debris located at the park and ride. So as a whole, we've determined that the once a week trash pickups that were programmed is not meeting the lot's needs. Therefore, we are discussing the possibility of increasing the services to 2 times a week or more, and incorporating the bulky item pickup to address the illegal dumping on items on the site. We are also exploring the feasibility to modify our security contracts hours to reflect the needs of the lot, because we are noticing, according to our securities on site, that a lot of the dumping is occurring at the times that the security guard is not on site. So we're looking at adjusting that as well. And as an effort to address the current conditions, just like Randy mentioned earlier, we have requested a non-displacement debris and trash cleanup that is scheduled for tomorrow at 12 p.m. So just keep in mind that the county continues to comply with the CDC guidelines of sheltering in place, and this cleanup will only address the debris and trash on the lot. That's it for me. If you do have any questions, you can always reach out to me via email directly. You can reach me at B as in Brenda, Yanez is YANEZ, at BOS, B as in Brenda, O as in Orange, S as in Sam, .LACounty, altogether.gov, or you can contact me at our office district number at 818-901-3831. That's it for me. Thank you.
Brenda, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know that I'm sure that if we open it up to public comment, et cetera, there will be a lot of comments So I'm going to, I see, so bear with me, we'll have public comment for you. We'll take all the public comment, and then if you have anything, if you want to respond to them in total or not, that's up to you. And obviously I would encourage stakeholders to email you at the email you just gave, because obviously offline there's more time to get into it. But with that being said, we have public comment from Rudy Melendez. Rudy, you have 1 minute, go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Brenda, for being here. You mentioned that you had conversations and you determined that once a week trash pickup is not working. So you're going to talk about maybe adding additional pickup services. Can you state for us what day are you currently picking up the trash and about what time, so that we know and we can document that Public Works is coming out there to do it? We want to know what day and time you're scheduling this service currently. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that question, Rudy. So just to clarify, it wasn't just once a week cleanups that Department of Public Works was going out there and picking up trash. So DPW has a contractor that goes out there themselves to pick up the trash and the bulky items. And, you know, because we did receive a lot of these questions, a lot of emails and calls from our constituents, my district director and I actually went out there one of the days that they were having these cleanups to ensure that, you know, the trash was being picked up. And unfortunately, we did see that it wasn't picked up within the time frame that they gave us. So it was between 6 to 7. So 6 to 7 in the morning. So as soon as we saw that, we did bring that back to DPW so that they can ensure that they're addressing it. They notified us today that they have that, they had the bulky item and trash and debris cleanup yesterday in the morning. But I don't know exactly moving forward what time and what day. So I'll definitely go ahead and make note of that right now and make sure that we get those answers for all of you.
Great, thank you. And I believe there is one more.
Couldn't get that guy.
Oh, I see a couple more. Let's see. Matthew, Juan.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Brenda for giving some more info about the park and ride. And I really appreciate that you highlighted those CDC guidelines about sheltering in place. I'm going to say, you know, I've talked to a bunch of the folks there, and, you know, I got a call a couple of weeks ago. You know, people were panicking that they were getting taken off the lot, written off the lot by sheriffs who told them they had to, all those that had their residences in vehicles had to leave, even though, you know, I explained them guidelines, you know, we're saying that they shouldn't have to move. They should be able to shelter in place. So, you know, it was sheriffs, it was, you know, county enforcement. So I just hope that you all can get on the same page with the sheriffs with those same CDC guidelines and, you know, keep providing those services and keep trying to get them, you know, into housing rather than just, you know, displaced and who knows where. So that was really unfortunate to see. And the folks, the sheriff there told me that he was there at the behest of Hollywood Bowl. So, you know, again, that troubles me when making that policy.
Thank you, Matthew. Your time has expired.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew, for mentioning that. That was another hot topic for our office regarding this park and ride in the city, and we're still trying to figure out exactly what happened there. Because we instructed sheriffs to go on out there and remove the RVs or cite the cars that were located there. So we're still looking into that, and we'll be more than happy to provide an update as soon as it's available.
We have public comment for or a question for you, Brenda, from Chris. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
awesome. I'm actually passing it over to, I don't know if you want to say your name and that you're where you stay.
Hi, my name is Joseph. I'm actually living right here in see, I don't know if you can see the environment, but our main concern was that
in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, the city does come to clean up, but they only take for just one dumpster. And I've called multiple times, and literally I had to put bags. We bagged up like 90 to 100 bags, and I had to put them on the sidewalk in order for the city to come get them. We have many people willing to volunteer and help, but they just keep leaving them there. Then they just bypass them. So the main concern is also we only have one dumpster, so you figure there's multiple spaces out here. maybe we can get an issue to get more dumpsters out here. Normally you have recycling dumpsters, and then you have like just in general, just trash cans, like in order for people to throw trash in. So the main concern too is that there's no bags, there's no trash cans, and I've talked to everybody. Usually I'm the one routing everybody up to clean things. So just items and like shovels or whatever to just clean up trash, rakes, and I'm pretty sure the whole community right here will help. And so I can get a whole team, but the trash cans are the main issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Joseph.
Hold on, Brenda. Forgive me, Brenda. We have several other public comments. So let's bunch them all in, and then you can respond. I see a hand up by Andrew Epstein.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Okay.
Or we can.
So I'm here on another topic, but I do want to ask a question of the supervisor's office. The Hollywood Bowl is starting to sell tickets. The season's opening in a month or so. So when will that parking lot, you talked about trash, but that's a small issue compared to the real issue. When will that parking lot be returned to what it was built and paid for by taxpayers?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, Brett. Sorry, Brett. Just take note of the question. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. And I'll leave your hand up for joining on the topic. We have public comment from Puppet. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yeah. We hear the good news and we want Brenda to confirm it. Do we understand that Sheila Kuehl is not going to run for re-election? And if she does that, that will be a moral victory for humanity, the 2nd district, and the 5th. And finally, when on Etowanda and Burbank is Brenda going to clean up that terrible encampment in Encino that's been terrorizing our neighbors and the Jewish school for 17 and a half months? Well, those were good questions. Yes, I think they should go immediately and be answered. And a motion for summary judgment. Well, that's later at the lawsuit. Oh, okay, yes, that's right. Yes, Brenda looks like she has all the answers. Brenda would be a better supervisor, I think. Randy Fraud would be the best supervisor because he looks the part and he knows how to be sneaky. Yes.
Your time is expired.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, Brenda, those are the questions / comments you have. Feel free to address any of them that you would like.
Okay, awesome. Let me just look through my notes really quickly. First and foremost, thank you, Joseph, for making that comment. It's really great to hear from the folks that are actually living at the park and ride, and I'll definitely go ahead and take this back to our team and make sure that this is addressed, because it's not okay that if the DPW is going out there and they're not picking up the trash, and that's going to be a huge issue. I want to make sure that that is addressed, and that if there's any way that we can all work together to address this, then we'll definitely go ahead and do so. In regards to your question, Andrew, in regards to the Hollywood Bowl, so the Hollywood Bowl is reopening, and the Los Angeles Philharmonic will reopen all their concert venues, and they are still following the Los Angeles County Public Health guidance. And their outdoor venues will only be resuming at 33% capacity with 6 feet social distancing. That's approximately 4,000 people at the site when concerts resume. So based on the information we have received from outreach teams, this slot is most likely not going to be used when the Hollywood Bowl is reopened. However, we are working very closely with those individuals who monitor and take care of everything that has to do with the Hollywood Bowl to ensure that this park and ride does not become an issue. And the Hollywood Bowl has been working very closely with our office, and they are in no rush to displacing the individuals that are living at the park and ride. Once again, we're working with them closely, and we're going to make sure that we're all able to be on the same page when it comes to addressing this ongoing situation at the park and ride. And I think that's pretty much it. If you do have any other questions, feel free to email me directly. My email address is byanes@bos.lacounty.gov. And once again, Randy and everyone else, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
But is Sheila going to run again?
And yeah, the supervisor will no longer be running the
Sorry about that, Brenda. Sorry about that, and thank you very much for your attendance tonight. Hopefully, we'll get to see you more often and bringing stakeholders in Studio City an update because it matters. So thank you very much. I did see a hand up earlier from LAUSD. Oh, there you are. Marissa Tyndall from LAUSD, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Studio City Board and community members. We're happy to be here tonight. Mr. President, I'm going to share my screen now. I guess I need some sharing privileges.
Randy, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. Studio City Neighborhood Council, this is your presentation. We are the LAUSD. We are the North Hollywood Valley Village Community of Schools. My name is Marissa Tyndall, and I am the Parent Education Support Assistant. We are the 21 bold and strong, and our motto is connecting communities through communication, collaboration, and coordinated supports. The schools that are in the council are Carlson Home Hospital, Carpenter Community Charter, Walter Reed Middle School, and Rio Vista Elementary School. Our superintendent for the local district Northeast is Mr. Andres Chait. And of course, we are always happy to say that Mr. Scott Schmerelson from Board District 3 is one of our partners, and he is fabulous. We thank a big shout out to Mr. Schmerelson. Thank you so much. And without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Maria Nichols, the Community of Schools Administrator for the North Hollywood Valley Village Community of Schools. Take it away, Maria.
Good evening, everyone. I hope my audio is good and everyone can hear. I am Maria Nichols, the Community of Schools Administrator, proud Community of Schools Administrator for North Hollywood Valley Village. I want to bring greetings to the board and also share some important information regarding summer school and our calendar for next school year. So we are excited to offer Community of Schools summer school in our schools such as Bellingham, Sendak, and Romer Middle School. These are the communities of schools where the schools in the 21 community of schools that we have can undertake the opportunity to attend a summer school either at Bellingham or Sendak. Currently, the enrollment is open and parents are able to sign up and select one of these schools for their students. And so the enrollment is open currently and it will continue. It is a first come, first serve. Another important aspect of our current update today is the school calendar. Our community was very vocal and voiced that their preference in the school calendar was not to extend additional time for students to attend school. Parents felt strongly that due to the pandemic and the year of challenges, that students needed a break. And so we are pleased to announce that the Board of Education heard the parents' voices and the school calendar is not extended. The first day of school will be Monday, August 16th. The last day of instruction for us this semester is Friday, June 10th. We continue to have Thanksgiving off. The week of Thanksgiving will be a holiday. We continue to have 3 weeks off for recess, and we continue to have the week off for spring break. And this is important, so it provides opportunities and time for families to spend quality time with their children and for children to recharge. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And now I want to introduce to you my lead director, Dr. Rafael Gaeta, who's going to give you some information regarding other very important topics. Dr. Gaeta, good evening.
Good evening, Maria. Good evening, board, Studio City. Thank you for always being so welcoming. We really here advocates. You guys are all advocates for the community. So I just want to share some really good news. Like, let me tell you, we are so excited. We talk about how we are towards the light at the end of the tunnel. We're reaching that, some normalcy. I have a great information to share with you what our schools will be doing regarding culmination. That's right, culmination and graduation and in person. We are following all safety guidelines. That is what we do. Everything is with that priority. Everyone needs to be safe. All the CDC guidelines will be followed. So I'm just gonna go over. I apologize. I'm just gonna go over some of the items. So first of all, the school sites in all of local district and all of LUSD, this is coming from Central, will be holding both online and in-person events. But mandatory, as always, everyone will need to wear face masks. All attendees and the students, graduates, staff, everyone will be needed to wear face masks. And all graduates will be 6 feet apart, right on the field or wherever it's taken place. And then the guests in their pods, whoever comes in as a guest from invited by the graduate will are able to sit together, but someone from a different pod or a different household will be 6 feet apart. Next slide, please. Now, so one of the things for all students that are graduating or culminating, there needs to be a baseline test. A lot of our kiddos, especially in secondary, they are remote, so they haven't been having to take a test. So we need to make sure that baseline test for those students that participate in testing 7 days before the event takes place, right? So, so here's more information about that. For guests who come in, next slide, please, Marissa. So for the guests that come in to take that participate, that are in the audience, they do not need to have a test to come in, but their temperature will be taken and questions that are required by the CDC will be asked. So we're really pushing this information out to all our families so that they know that they will need to have a test. Those kiddos that are going to be participating in the in-person event, they will need to take a test. And here are the dates, and we are extending hours at different locations. And we're also, so the district is going out to make sure that all those students that want to come and graduate in person, they have that opportunity. Next slide, please. Again, continuing with the hours for the testing sites. For our local district, East Valley High School and North Hollywood High School, students will be able to come to those two locations, elementary, middle, and high school, who will be coming on campus to do their in-person graduation. Those are hours throughout the day to be able to have that test. So again, as you can see, tons of opportunities for kids to be tested so that they're able to participate. Next slide, please. So again, I already seating for kids. They can't be next to one another. They're gonna have to be 6 feet apart. Usually we have rows of chairs next to one another, but we're not doing that this time around. Everyone's gonna be 6 feet apart. Next slide, please. Again, audience, the capacity at the school sites will be 67%, depending on the school or where we're having it. Again, that will vary depending from elementary, middle, or high school. Again, the diagram that the school the plans for the school will be need to be sent to the local district, and Ms. Nichols, myself in operations will look at it to make sure it's approved. Next slide. And then again, just things to keep in mind, we need to really protect our fields. So no high heels, no sunflower seeds, no gum or food items. So there, as of now, there isn't going to be any food sold at these events due to the COVID restrictions. And then also caps and gown distribution for high schools, more than likely they will be mailed, or kids will need to come by through different days so that we don't have a lot of kids coming in at the same time, so that they have it before the event. Next slide. Again, tickets, as of now, it's 2 tickets per graduate or a student who's culminating. If you need more, you will need to please speak to the school site, but because of the limited capacity, it's more than likely it's going to be 2 per student. You will need to pre-register, like every event nowadays, we have to pre-register so that we can plan accordingly. That will be taking place through the school. Next slide. And again, schools, you're going to start hearing a lot of information on social media, Blackboard Connects, phone calls from our schools, really letting you know what is going to be the procedure. And then next slide. And again, afterwards, making sure that after the event, we're going to really make sure we're going to remind you that you need to be 6 feet apart and really usher you off campus as much as possible, just to make sure that we clean up the site, especially since there's going to be another event following the first graduation. We need to make sure that it's cleaned and sanitized for the next group coming in. Next slide. And then really important information now, LAUSD is partnering with Amazon for those students that enroll in community colleges. They are going to be able to apply for jobs. And the cool thing about Amazon is they're going to be able to honor the student schedule. So the student has classes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then they would say, you know what, I can't work those days. Amazon will work with the student to really make sure that's successful in school and also at work. And also students will be able to get cloud computing certificates if they choose to continue with different careers at Amazon. So this is a great partnership that LAUSD has with Amazon. Next slide. And again, COVID vaccination, just as like the young lady that spoke before, Brenda, we have in local district Northeast, which is our district, the free vaccinations for students and any community members. Students above 12 with a parent, they could call this number and they can make an appointment and come on in and get a COVID-19 vaccine. All right, next slide. I think we're done, right, Marissa?
We are done.
You. Are there any questions?
Sure. You have. Thank you very much. We have 1 second. We'll just switch this around. If you have any questions, we can take a few questions. Public comment, limited to 1 minute. Please keep it germane to LAUSD. We have public comment from Brandon Marino. Go ahead.
Yeah, a question for Dr. Gaeta. Fauci was just speaking about this, and they're starting testing on vaccines for children under 12. Is there a contingency with LAUSD that more than likely this vaccine will be approved in the middle of the school year? Is there a contingency to have the vaccines administered on site, actually at elementary schools where the kids attend? Or like what you just said, maybe with a Panorama site, where they have to go off campus to receive the vaccination?
So we haven't been given specifics about what it looks like for the elementary kiddos. I know that eventually the LAUSD is partnering with different clinics, neighborhood clinics, to do something to what you're mentioning, where people would come in to a school site and get vaccinated. But again, nothing is done without parent consent. So and more than likely, anyone who's under 18 has to bring in a parent for their vaccine. It's not done without parent consent or by themselves. So we're gonna follow all those guidelines to whatever when that option comes up, when it's approved.
Great. We have public comment. Richard Adams, I'm going to do the timer just because when your phone is unmuted, there's a bunch of feedback. That's why I keep muting you. We have public comment from Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes, and it's good bringing our little youngsters back to school. Learning the 3 R's instead of learning the 3 T's. Oh my God, what's this going to be? Yes, tagging, travesty, and terrorism. Back to the 3 R's. So, again, the presentation was excellent. I believe the 2 of you are too intelligent to work in government. Please tender your resignations. We need people like Mr. Fried Chicken, for example. And of course, you heard the good news. Sheila Kuehl is no longer running for office. So, little by little, as the masks come off, as our kids go back to school, as Sheila Kuehl returns to Hades, we will regain our government and our parking lots. Keep up the good work, yes. And we like this outreach. Well, that was good about the 3 T's. Yes.
Your time has expired. Okay, seeing no other hands for public comment, I just want to thank the LAUSD team, Dr. Gaeta, Marissa Tindell, and Maria Nichols. Thank you so much. I see actually Tammy Fernandez is also here. Thank you. We appreciate it. Again, I'll say it again that I know it's been a long haul for LAUSD, and this past year has been like no other. Goes without saying. So thank you very much for your attendance, and I will wish you all a very good evening. With that in mind, thank you. With that in mind, moving forward, I'm happy to say we have Vahid. Sorry, I almost skipped you, Vahid. Vahid Khorsand, who is from Mayor Garcetti's office. Vahid.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I know you have a very busy agenda. I'm here just to share with you that our office is really focused on getting more individuals vaccinated. Hopefully you are on my email distribution list and get those updates as well. Also wanted to share with you that we anticipate that the City Council will approve the next fiscal year budget tomorrow. With that, there'll be more funding for street services, more services for the unhoused. Between now and July 1st, when the budget takes effect, if you have any questions, issues you'd like to speak to me about, please do so. I know some of you have referred stakeholders from Studio City to me. Just 2 weeks ago, myself, CD2, and the senior lead officer for your area, we took a walking tour of Ventura Boulevard in Studio City just to see things firsthand visually, how things are going. If you have any other suggestions on what I can do to physically take a look and see what issues we can address right away, please do so and let me know. I'm happy to help. Thank you again. I'm sorry it's brief. I just want to be respectful of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahid. There is public comment, so we'll take all public comment, and then you can respond to any or all of it, whatever you decide. Okay. So with that, Michael, thank you in advance for taking up the timing. With that, we'll start with public comment from Puppet. Go ahead.
So you heard the good news, Dr. Khorsand, yes, that Sheila Kuehl has decided not to run for another term and leave in disgrace. Now, Mr. Garcetti has an offer to go to India and leave us. Will he immediately vacate and resign as mayor so that he may be considered by the United States Senate to become the next ambassador to India. I think he should resign immediately so that his nomination will be a success. And I could see the enthusiasm of people like Alexa Steinberg that would like that as well, because I think it's time for Eric Garcetti to move on, to transition, to become something bigger and higher, while he leaves our city he destroyed and ruins. So Goat Puppet can go and try to fix the city. Yes, thank you so much. No, thank you. No, thank you.
That's time.
Thank you. Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Vahid. Hey, I wanted to offer a suggestion. When is the city going to remove all of these filthy metal steel newspaper boxes that are littering the visual landscape in our community, and tear out all the payphone carcasses that you've left to rot and decay from years of just neglect? That's the kind of things that we're disappointed in with Eric Garcetti, because he's just let the city decompose, holds no one accountable, and only cares about his next step. We're done with Garcetti. He's been a fraud. Clean up our city.
Hear, hear.
That's time.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have public comment from Kira. Go ahead.
Hi, Vahid. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I was just curious, because you stated that there would be more of the budget going towards services for unhoused folks. What exactly will those services be that the budget's being used for? Just because in the past we've seen a lot of the homelessness budget go towards policing and enforcement. So does the mayor's office plan on being more transparent about how those funds will be used? Thank you.
And we have public comment from Barry Johnson. Go ahead. Barry? Okay.
Hi. Yeah, I was
there you are. Go ahead.
curious. The representative said they took a walk on Ventura Boulevard for an inspection. I'm just curious, were you on Ventura between Vineland and Lankershim, or were you on Ventura between, say, Radford and Whitsett? Because they're two very distinctly different looking studio cities. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more hands for public comment for the mayor's office representative, Vahid, feel free to respond to any or all of it.
I'll respond to a couple of them. In terms of the steel newspapers, boxes and payphones, that was an item that came up on the walking tour. So some of that is tied to leases that the city had signed many decades ago with the newspapers. As far as I know, CD2 is checking with the city attorney's office to see legally what they can do to remove them. Some of that may come out of the street services budget for next year, though, to get that done. In terms of budget for services, Kira, if you just email me, so my email is my first name, period, last name at lacity.org. I can send you the breakdown. The mayor, I know, has a long list of items that he proposed, but ultimately it's council that approves the allocation of that funding. So I can share with you what we've been made aware of, what council is going to pass and how that breaks down. And in terms of where we walk with the Studio City bid. I know it's two different Studio Cities. And even if you go along, the north-south streets, it's a different Studio City as well. Like I said, I'm open to taking any walking tours. I think over the last 14 months during COVID, a lot of us in government really have not put our feet to the pavement to firsthand see what the state of things are. So if you have any suggestions, feel free to email me. Be happy to meet with you in person and just check things out, see what we can do to immediately solve some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahid. Thank you for your attendance this evening, and hope you are staying healthy and well. And with that, seeing no other city representatives here, I'll double check. I know Jessica was en route, but not seeing her. And I see Gibson, but I'm assuming he doesn't have anything for us. Okay, we will move right along. So thank you again, Vahid. So agenda item number 12, we're going to move that to the front because I believe that's what the majority of our stakeholders are here to speak to. So this is something that I'm bringing forward at the request of a stakeholder and a number of stakeholders. As the board well knows, Weddington Golf and Tennis, by a stakeholder, was nominated to the Historical Commission of the city that it should be designated as a historical monument. This board actually voted in support of the Heritage Commission supporting that nomination. And so it went before the Heritage Commission and they did pass it. I'm just looking for a couple notes just to give us a little context before we kind of dive into the motion. And actually Barry Johnson sent me some friendly amendment that I want to get to. So forgive me 1 second while I find his email. Here we go. The motion, so the correction actually is as it relates to the council file, but it's basically that the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports or opposes, we'll quickly rectify that. The Cultural Heritage Commission, CHC, decision to nominate Studio City Golf and Tennis Club. I understand club was not as the original name. That was also part of the friendly amendment, so I would get rid of that. To be included in the property included in the list of historical cultural monuments, the CHC determined that the property conforms with the definition of a monument under section 22.171.7 of the Los Angeles Administrative Code. The commission also voted to change the proposed monument's name back to Studio City Golf and Tennis Club. I'll strike club, unless I'm mistaken, to reflect the original historic name. And there's a link, of course, to the document. And this motion will be submitted as a community impact statement to the Plum Committee.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And I have been in touch with both Harvard Westlake and the original petitioner, Terry, and I see already a lot of hands up, but if you're wondering how to raise your hand to speak to the subject, if you're on a dial-in phone, you will press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on your computer, you can look at the 3 dots to the right bottom menu, click on that where it says More and Raise Hand, or there's a keyboard shortcut. You can press ALT, alternate, and the letter Y to raise your hand. So first, actually, Barry, just so we can get it recorded and out on the record, because I, for some reason, have literally been inundated with about 24 emails. Do you happen to have, or can you pull the language that you sent me earlier as it relates to the friendly amendments? That would be great. In the meantime, I did receive an email from a stakeholder who asked me to read this. So I'll, Michael, just time me because we'll go to public comment for 1 minute. And thank you for your patience, as there's a lot of people that want to make public comment. This public comment is from Heidi McKay. She writes, I urge the SCNC to support the Cultural Heritage Commission for this nomination. A panel of 5 expert commissioners and the Cultural Heritage Department have all agreed with a strong staff report that this underlined entire property meets the criteria for a historical designation. The property was a 9-hole par 3 gold course in 1955, and it's a par 3 9-hole golf course today, over 65 years later. Again, I urge the SCNC to vote yes, along with the panel of 5 expert commissioners at the Cultural Heritage Commission and nearly 12,000 LA residents who have signed a petition to declare the entire property historical designation. Sincerely, Heidi McKay, Studio City resident, LA native. Okay, so with that, we will take we'll take public comment first, then we'll hear from Harvard Westlake, and then we will hear from the petitioner, Terry Austin. So buckle up again. There are a lot of comments, and thank you for your patience as we work through all of these comments. Barry, I see you're unmuted now. So can you just, do you have that doc in front of you that you sent me?
Yes, I do.
Could you just give that a quick read, please?
Okay. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, it will be either supports or opposes the Cultural Heritage Commission, which is CHC, decision for Council File 21-0470 to nominate Studio City Golf and Tennis Club to be included in the list of historical cultural monuments. The CHC determined that the property conforms with the definition of a monument under section 22.171.7 of the Los Angeles Administrative Code. The commission also voted to change the proposed monument's name back to Studio City Golf and Tennis Club to reflect the original historic name. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 21-0470.
Thank you, Barry.
Point of order, Randy.
Yep.
Does don't we have to have two motions, one up and one down? We can't vote because we have to vote for it or against it, right?
I think that's actually probably true. We probably as a board need to decide, but before let's do this. I think before instead of making two motions, let's do this. Let's
If it's a nominal change, right, as a friendly amendment, as you proposed,
I believe that's correct.
You can put that forward if it's accepted by your presenter.
Brian Carroll,
you,
Randy.
So this may be, I may be wrong, but the support oppose language was agendized with 72 hours notice. So the fact that it's in there, it shouldn't come as a surprise to the public. So I believe we may want to vote on that just to make sure to vote for the change of the language. But other than that, I don't think we need two motions.
Mr. President, I believe you could just take a straw poll of the board as to whether it's up or down.
Right. So let's do this before the board does this, before we do a straw poll on which way we're going for a friendly amendment, because I think obviously the community knows we're either going to say we're in support or opposed. First and foremost, let's hear from our stakeholders. Thank you, Barry, for that. I do appreciate it. And so, Mike DeLazaro, thanks for having the trusty timer ready. If it's on your phone, I hope your phone's charged. With that, we'll start. Tim Smith, please go ahead. You'll have 1 minute to speak once you start.
Thank you. My name is Tim, and I'm speaking here today against a historic designation of the Weddington Golf and Tennis property. I live near the Weddington Golf and Tennis Club, and I have been a neighborhood for over 20 years. I support the property owner who is proposing to preserve the clubhouse, putting green, and iconic golf ball lights and reincorporate them into their own plans. With their plan to keep the clubhouse, this will celebrate the history of the site as well as continue to be a cherished gathering spot for the community's use. To me, that is a sensitive recognition of the site's history and should be encouraged, not naming the entire property a historic landmark. Thank you.
Really quickly, Randy, super quick. Why are we not waiting until a new board is present? Because this is such a polarizing issue. It would just be an odd support or opposed to have with, we have so few board members being passed on to the next board. And
Sure. This board is nevertheless completely valid. The people voted for this board.
100%. I'm just saying.
But just give me 1 second. I'll answer that. Secondly, before the board really gets up to this board has been living with this issue in the historical nomination a bit longer than a new board coming in. A new board won't be even seated until middle of June, and arguably it wouldn't have their sea legs until July. And so that's why I brought this motion forward, as well as I decided to agendize this because it was a request of stakeholders. And at the end of the day, our job is to represent and amplify the stakeholders. And I've heard from both people from Harvard Westlake, as well as from the petitioner in this regard and stakeholders. So that's why I felt it was appropriate. But
yeah, no, I actually, as you phrased that, I agree with you. I think that's pretty
this
valid.
issue, after this issue goes before the plum, this issue still then will go before the city council. And so a new board may have an opportunity to voice its opinion again when this comes before the city council. So moving forward, public comment, Tammy Fernandez, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can.
I'm sorry, we just have a lot of Rio Vista community members that are waiting to speak, and I know it's getting later in the evening and we have families to put to bed, and we would like to just kind of know when we're going to get to our grant proposal. So just wanted to let you know that there's a lot of Rio Vista family members.
Sure. The answer to your question is after we finish this agenda motion, the budget committee will be presenting those motions, and it looks like Rio Vista is the very first motion that the budget committee is bringing forward. So as soon as we're done with this, you're next.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Adele, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Adele Slaughter. You can hear me? Hello? Yes. Weddington Golf and Tennis is an excellent example of a post-World War II era recreational facility. The community asks that City Neighborhood Council write a letter to the Plum Committee of the City Council encouraging them to accept and forward on the Cultural Historic Commission nomination as written to the City Council. This designation will encourage the developer, Harvard Westlake, to come to the negotiating table and work more diligently to preserve the iconic recreational open space. Without a designation, the historic significance and integrity of the site could be lost through incompatible alterations and erase an irreplaceable historic site open space. I urge the Studio City Neighborhood Council to vote in support of the historic nomination of our Studio City Golf and Tennis Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment from Guido.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Guido Muzzarelli. I have lived in Studio City for more than 30 years. I walk or drive past the Weddington Golf Course daily on my way to Ralph's to enjoy the beauty of the green, the serenity of the landscape and its trees. I strongly urge the Studio City Neighborhood Council to support this nomination as written and voted on by the Cultural Heritage Commission, and not to alter it or water it down for the developer to only bits and pieces of the property. The nomination is for the property. Please disregard any comments made by the developer about what it is they wish to build. That's not on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Puppet, go ahead. Puppet?
Yes. And again, it's too bad. The real culprit in all of this is Jessica Fulgate. And of course, Paul Martin Krikorian, without his valid bar license being suspended. Yes, the team of fraud. This time not Randy, but the filth at the city council. Campaign donations, money laundering, and everything else that goes with it to destroy a pretty little golf course that should be fully contained and protected. Goat Puppet attended the Cultural Heritage meeting and knows the trick that you're pulling. And Lisa knows all about it too, don't you? To only protect the clubhouse. Goat Puppet wants the entire golf course protected. Let people play golf, smoke their cigars, and shank their shots on that driving range. Yes, none of you know how to play good, but we all have fun.
That's time.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Kimberly Tashman, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm calling in to say I very strongly support the nomination of the site for Studio City Golf. The Cultural Heritage Commission has recommended the entire site be landmark, and they are the experts in the field. As someone who is also, I have a master's in historic preservation and I have studied the site, and it does fall within all of the boundaries required to gain historic cultural status. It's irreplaceable. It's beautiful green space open to the public. And it would be an absolute tragedy if this site were lost. We are losing too many pieces of LA's history, and it certainly is one of the most iconic parts of Studio City and a valuable gem. And I truly hope that you will support the nomination for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sissy Wellman, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sissy Wellman, and I just want to support the Studio City Golf and Tennis to be a cultural historic monument. You know, personally, my dad was a famous award-winning film director. His name was William Wellman. And in the 60s, he used to come to meet some of his showbiz buddies at the cafe for breakfast and then play golf. And due to his arthritis in his later years, he could only play a 3-par course. And my mom, children, and grandchildren have played and still play here, golf and tennis. And they share stories. There's no place like this in Los Angeles. So please, let's keep the stories going for many more generations. Let's not change any of it. Thank you.
Luis?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Louis Sanford. I've lived next to Weddington Golf and Tennis for 25 years. Each day, I'm reminded of how groundbreaking this site was when it was built back in the 1950s, with just one goal in mind: to provide a center where public recreation was open and inclusive to the entire community. Over the years, the virtually unchanged facility has pretty much become a historic and cultural icon, given the generations that have played, enjoyed, cherished this prime example of post-World War II architecture and its living landscape, all edging against the last 16 acres of open green space along the LA River. I sincerely hope the SCNC board firmly and thoughtfully puts preservation before privilege, and for the sake of future generations, does the right thing. Thank you.
That's time.
Thank you. Patty Kirby, go ahead. Patty? Patty?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Patty?
Hi, I'm here.
There you are. Go ahead.
I just wanted to support what Heidi emailed you, that we have over 11,000 signatures in support of this designation, and urge you to find the motion approved to send the letter to Plum and the City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Erica Fox?
Hi. Well, I've lived in Studio City 30 years. So anyway, I speak in support of the motion. that was passed by the Cultural Heritage Committee that includes the entire property without any amendments or changes. Studio City Golf and Tennis came about in the 50s after the horrors of World War II and Korea, and the GI Bill was helping to create the middle class with assistance in home ownership and access to a college education. It was created for the community as a place where people from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds could enjoy a round of golf and later tennis. Previously, these sports were unavailable to anyone but the upper class. Now, neighborhood schools use it, families use it. It's a place you can go and you always feel welcome, even if you play a lousy round of golf. Let me see what else I wanted to say. As Los Angeles.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Very good.
Thank you. We have Patrice Berlin, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. This is Patrice. I've owned my home in Studio City a few blocks from Weddington Golf for the last 25 years. I was actually born in Sherman Oaks, but went to school in Corvallis High School, actually in Studio City in 1973. Anyways, so I so support the historic designation and the Cultural Heritage Commission declaring Weddington Golf and Tennis in its entirety historic. Please join the Encino Neighborhood Council in supporting the decision to keep this jewel of Studio City how it's always been and keep it for the community and everyone outside of our community forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Phone number ending in 788. Go ahead.
My name is Robin, and I'm calling to publicly state my opposition to granting historic landmark status to Weddington Golf and Tennis. Los Angeles has many incredible historic resources, but this property is not one of them. Our family has lived in the San Fernando Valley for 50 years. Our son grew up in Studio City, learned to play golf at Weddington, and went to school in Studio City. Now my granddaughter is learning to play tennis at Weddington, and I would like to do lap swimming there one day. We did not support the development proposal for senior housing on this site. We do support the continued use of recreational open space that is open to the public. The reality is we need more open space in our neighborhood, and the proposed Harvard Westlake River Park does just that. Our city's historic resources should be preserved and protected, and properties like Weddington Golf and Tennis should be allowed to evolve to benefit the broader community. Please deny historic landmark status for this property. Thank you so much.
And that's time.
Thank you. Gay Lannon, I see your hand up. Is that, even though you're also listed for Rio Vista, did you want to speak to this motion?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I am in support of the Cultural Heritage Commission decision. I think I've lived in the Valley, the Southeast Valley, for 36 years, coming from New York. I'm an old lady, and I hate to see everything that used to be go away. It's what gives the Valley the flavor. That's why I've never lived on the other side of the hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Basil Hamideh.
Hi, my name is Basile, and my family and I live just a few blocks away from the project, and we ask that you oppose the nomination for historic landmark status of the property. We're committed to our neighborhood's aesthetic and surroundings. We go for walks all the time around the neighborhood. It's for this reason I expressly reaffirm my family's wholehearted support for the Harvard Westlake River Park project. If anyone looks at the plans, they can clearly see that the plans include beautiful tree-filled community park with streams of water, a serene atmosphere. The notion that it's not going to be absolutely gorgeous is just false based on what I've seen. We don't have anything like that now. We have tennis courts and a golf court. What Harvard Westlake plans on doing is beautifying it to the extreme. There will be a walking trail, a perimeter around the park. We don't have that now. You'd have to walk on the street around a fence. I imagine wonderful weekends at the River Park with our daughters. We love the idea of having access to state-of-the-art athletic facilities.
Sorry, that's time.
Okay. So I just asked.
Basile, I apologize for mispronouncing your name, and thank you for your comment. Matthew 1.
Hi. Yeah, so I just wanted to speak out to oppose the status. I think history is really important and should be preserved, but we're not just talking about history. We're talking about a huge part of community space. So I think we shouldn't shackle ourselves to just the use of space that other folks found useful. We should be open to the changing needs of the community, and I just want to speak on that for that.
Thank you. John Manzanares.
Yes, thank you. I've lived next door to the site for close to 34 years now, and I strongly oppose this designation. I don't want to get into the details of the designation, but suffice it to say it's not proper to designate something historical for negotiation purposes, and that's what this is all about. Let's get real. This is not going to remain a golf course. It doesn't sustain itself economically. So if it doesn't remain a golf course, what is our alternative? You can't force Harvard Westlake to continue operating a business at a loss, no matter what you designate this property. So we're going to be faced with senior housing again, apartments, condominiums, affordable housing, homeless housing, you name it, all of which are dismal, dismal prospects compared to what Harvard Westlake is offering. Go to their Riverside Project website, look at what's being proposed. It's opening up more space for the community,
It's time.
beautifying it.
Thank you. Rudy Melendez.
Thank you, Randy. This is really a no-brainer for anyone that is a steward of the environment or a Valley native. This open green space is so important for this community. It's the most important land use issue that we're facing for the next 50, 60, 70 years. It's imperative that we do everything we can to save this park space in its current form. Privatizing park spaces is never good for any community. I hope this board would support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is
Rob Levin.
privatized though, Rudy, currently, just to let you know.
Rob Levin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the chance to speak. Well, I am a lifelong golfer, not a very good one. I've shanked many on that driving range and on the course. I've lived in the Valley for 36 years. I've always enjoyed golfing regularly at Weddington. However, I speak tonight in opposition to the motion to grant historic landmark status. It's a beautiful little par 3 course. I love it. However, the course neither retains its original design nor is celebrated in the golf architecture community. The property owner will be maintaining the clubhouse, the golf icon, and an archival display. That seems appropriate. However, adding this property to the pantheon of genuinely significant Los Angeles landmarks does not. And I oppose such designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's time.
Really good.
Phone number ending in 647. Go ahead. Phone number ending in 647, 818 area code. Go ahead. Okay, we'll try to come back to phone number ending in 647. Ann Hall, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I'm Ann Hall. I've lived for 41 years just over the hill near the Hollywood sign. I'm a rabid tennis player and I play all over the city. I support historical landmark status for Studio City Golf and Tennis. It's a 16-acre recreation area in a developed area of housing, shops, sidewalks, and roads. For the past 70 years, this community recreation center has been a spot of joy in the midst of an urban setting. It is a place where all ages, races, and genders can and do use. Any proposed demolition of this post-World War II era recreational facility will result in a significant loss to the heritage of Studio City, as well as to the city's emotional and physical well-being. We need green. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Kahn, go ahead.
No, come on.
Hi.
Lori?
Yes, I dropped my paper. Hold on. So sorry. Okay, hi. As you know, the community has actively fought to save this entire site as open and green space for public use for over 20 years. So a skinny walking trail around the property is no comparison to the depth of green open space currently at the site. It's not just about a golf course. It's about green open space for Southern California users who come from all over the place. So please, please support the Cultural Historic Commission's nomination for this property as a cultural historical monument, the entire property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Skur.
Yes, my name is Bob Skier, and I've lived in Studio City for 16 years. I'm calling to ask the Studio City Neighborhood Council to support the nomination for the historical cultural monument status for the Weddington Golf and Tennis property, which has the historical name of Studio City Golf and Tennis. That is what the agenda is about tonight, not a rehash or a sales pitch for what the developer wants to build. That's for another meeting for another time. So for tonight, let's make sure later on that we just stay on topic. Let's support the nomination as written by the CHC staff, voted on by the CHC Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment from Judy Fox. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Judy Fox, and I live in a block adjacent to Weddington Golf and Tennis, and I would love to see it declared an historic site. I've lived here for more than 20 years. My son grew up playing golf and even became a professional golfer for 10 years. I don't believe that Harvard-Westlake plan for the property benefits anyone but them. They don't care about the community, and it makes me very sad and angry to think that they want to destroy hundreds of beautiful old trees. The trees should stay right where they are for all of us to enjoy and for our kids to enjoy. So I fully support it being declared an historical site. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment from Kelly, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kelly. I have lived in Studio City for 46 years. I have lived adjacent to the property for 23. I am opposed to designating this site as historic. I do not understand why Weddington Golf and Tennis would be historic, because the property owners have publicly agreed to preserve and make better the golf clubhouse, cafe, light standards, and putting green. Please do not be swayed by members of our community who seek to stop progress. Many more of us in Studio City and the Valley are super excited about the community improvement that the property owners are planning for the site. Historic designation proponents are merely trying to designate this property in an attempt to stop a project from moving forward. Designating this property would reward a smaller group of residents that do not represent the entire Studio City community. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Sue Taylor, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sue Taylor, and I live in the Footbridge Square area adjacent to Weddington Golf Course. I'm also the lead of the neighborhood watch. And I'm calling to urge the board to support the nomination of the Historic Cultural Monument status as written by the Cultural Heritage Commission staff without any amendments and as recommended by the Land Use Committee. This is an iconic neighborhood site providing open space that we desperately need. It seems that those opposed are mostly talking about what they hope is built or trying to scare people about what the property might become, but that's not the point of this vote. It should be noted that the 5 commissioners who are experts in their fields have all agreed that it meets the criteria for historic landmark status. I would also like to mention that the developer keeps talking about a 7-acre park, but on page 2 of their own NLP, it says that it would be 5.4 acres. So it's not, it seems like a little bit of a bait and switch. So I think that at this point, though, we really need to be focused on what the point of this is, and I urge the board to support it.
That's time.
Thank you. We have public comment from Peter Cole.
Hi there. I also support the historic designation for the entire Weddington golf and tennis property. I've lived on Alcove near the property for 35 years. My parents owned a house on this block before that. And I also grew up in Sherman Oaks. There are, as it was stated before, there's over 11,000 signatures in support of this nomination. Also, it appears to me that there's comments in support of the Harvard Westlake's version of this. They tend to come from people who, if we played the Kevin Bacon game of 6 degrees of separation, we might easily find the Harvard Westlake connection well within those 6 steps. So anyway, lots of voices in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment from Alexis Beth. Alexis Beth, go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking today against the historic designation of 4141 Whitsett. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley and am now raising my children here. My family is looking forward to more public open space that is adjacent to the LA River for the community to enjoy. The proposal to build a sports complex open for public use and accompanying park space on the site in place of the golf course would create more recreation opportunities than exist today. Plainly speaking, it would continue to be used as open space just as it is today. There are features on the property that are older and have charms, such as the clubhouse, cafe, and the golf ball lights. As is being smartly proposed by Harvard Westlake in their plans for the river park, they should be preserved on site and incorporated into the development plans. That, to me, is a sensitive recognition of the history that has transpired on the site. Thank you, Studio City Neighborhood Council members, for listening to this matter.
Thank you. Public comment from Beverly.
Hi, I am speaking for the historic standing of Weddington. It is the only quaint and historically inclusive community spot we have left in LA. A place where you can rub elbows with celebrities, but while at the same time, everybody is welcome. Everybody knows your name. I've played tennis with geese, hawks, butterflies, dragonflies, and bees overhead. I've eaten next to Guns N' Roses. I've practiced golf next to Robert Morris, but I have found my own pod there, and they are flocking to Braemar, Toluca Lake, Mulholland, and Mountain Gate right now because they are no longer finding time on the court, and we haven't even started with Harvard Westlake. I cannot go to a dues playing club. I can only have the city. For me, it's the city or nothing. I've lost the Racket Club on Ventura. The NSO and Balboa are going downhill. Weddington is a beautiful place for us. It's an amazing diamond in the rough. It's our community gem for everyone. Please save it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 401. Phone number ending in 401.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I stand to speak in opposition of the historic designation to Weddington. I love that some people here have spoken tonight that they've lived here for 15 or 20 years. I've lived in the San Fernando Valley and the East San Fernando Valley for 40 years. I first walked on this golf course when I was 8 years old, played tennis when I was probably 8 or 9 years old. If you think that those tennis courts are historic, then so are the tennis courts that are cracking and failing at Beaman Park in Studio City because they're more than 50 years old. I have memories there. Memories don't make something historic, right? Somebody said that they had a master's degree in historic preservation, and I respect that. I have a master's degree in urban planning from the University of Southern California. We preserve buildings, landmarks, City Hall, the public library, the Capitol Records building, not a pitch and putt golf course. And somebody also said that we're privatizing open space. It's always been private. This isn't public space. You got to pay a green fee. You can't go walk your dog on this golf course. You can't go take your baby stroller and walk your kids around this golf course. Okay?
Thank you.
So we're...
Tom McNulty, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Tom McNulty, and I've lived in the San Fernando Valley in Studio City for about 30 years. And to the Studio City Neighborhood Council, I support the nomination for a cultural heritage site, the entire site, not to alter it or water it down in any way, shape, and form. Look, just to cut to it, Harvard Westlake is a private for-profit school with a $500 million endowment. So whoever said that they're losing money on this is ridiculous. Look up Charles Munger, M-U-N-G-E-R, okay? He's a billionaire, a philanthropist. By no means does that make him a bad person, but you know, the school is incredibly well-funded and they're lawyered up, and Harvard Westlake had plenty of other opportunities to look and to build their private sports facility. They're calling it a River Park project. This is a football stadium. It's a sports facility for a private institution. Please save the neighborhood. Please save our community. This is where my son and I, you know, grew up together, learned to bond, and you know, he still played golf there every Sunday. And you know, if you are the the neighborhood council, please save our neighborhood.
That's time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 874. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I strongly urge this board to support the expert findings and recommendation of the LA City Cultural Heritage Commission that the entire Weddington Golf and Tennis site be designated a historic cultural monument. The Weddington Golf and Tennis site is integral to the character, identity, and history of Studio City. Thank you so much for listening and for your support and time.
Thank you. Jesse, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm calling in tonight to ask for your support of the Historic Cultural Monument designation for the Weddington Golf and Tennis property. I would like to speak to the merits of the HCM designation, not about an alternate proposed development. The site is used and loved by thousands of Studio City and San Fernando Valley residents, which is proven by the over 11,000 community members who have signed a petition to make the entire Weddington site a historic cultural monument. And I'd like to just read the main finding taken directly from the commission's report. It reads, quote, Studio City Golf and Tennis Club exemplifies significant contributions to the broad cultural, economic, or social history of the community as an excellent example of a 1950s private recreational facility and golf club in Studio City, end quote. Again, I strongly urge this board to support the expert findings of the commission as written for the benefit of all Angelinos. Thank you very much for listening, for your.
Thank you, Jesse. Gabriela Carteres, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Carteres. Thank you. I actually urge the support of the designation of the Weddington space to be historical. You know, we've come through the most challenging period in the history of any of our lives. The green space is really meant for the people. It's not just a site, but a haven for our community. Harvard Westlake has money to go anywhere else it wants to go, but this is a place where the public, the people who live here, can go and really have a place of peace and harmony. I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a public comment from Kelly Tab.
Tab, thank you. Following Ms. Carter, I thank you for your time. I want to reiterate that I am in support of the recommendation to preserve all the space. It's irreplaceable, and it's really unimaginable that there's an alternative to the community. I think it should all be preserved as it's the last green space. And I grew up in the San Fernando Valley. It's one of the most special spaces. It's an inclusive place where all people are welcome. And if you drive around our city and you see what the last year has done to really devastate the public spaces that are inviting to all, it would be really a travesty to lose this space for the community. There's nothing like it. So I'm in support of the recommendation. It meets historic standards, and it's an important cultural landscape and social landscape as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Hirsch, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm calling in to strongly encourage the Studio City Neighborhood Council to endorse the entire Studio City Golf and Tennis Club site as a cultural heritage monument as per the Cultural Heritage Commission. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Josie Rosen, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry, I can't believe I just said that.
It's okay, we can.
Look, I know Harvard Westlake can buy the land and redevelop it, but why does Harvard Westlake have to buy the land and redevelop it? Aren't there things that are good that have been there for a long time and mean a lot to people that are in the community? This is a place that I went with my son as he was growing up with his friends. It's a place to walk around. It's a place to see people you know. It's just a beautiful piece of property. Why does everything have to be changed to be better, quote unquote? I just think that the way this place is right now is perfect and it should stay the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Harvard Westlake, just so you know, Harvard Westlake already owns the property. Scott Sloan, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. You know, ultimately making this a cultural heritage monument, I think is a dangerous precedent. Does that mean that any private property that's been around for a long time gets to be a historical monument, like the Van Nuys golf course, which has a similar, time frame in which it was established? And ultimately, look, I know that the tennis courts are accessible. They will still be accessible. There's a lot of elements here that will still be accessible. So it's very dangerous to make just old golf courses or public places historical landmarks. Thanks.
Thank you. Y. Beller, go ahead. Y. Beller.
Please unmute.
Okay, we'll try to come back to you. We'll come back trying again for phone number ending in 647. Go ahead. Phone number ending in 647, 818 area code. Okay, we will try moving on to Leslie. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leslie, and I've lived and worked in Studio City my whole life. I wanted to talk about that I do not believe this property should be designated a historic designation. Just because a site is old doesn't necessarily make it historic. And that is especially true when the property in question has undergone wholesale changes over the years. Yes, Weddington has been a golf course for some 70 odd years, but let's be honest, it's not the same course it was when it opened, and it's not even the same golf course it was a couple of decades ago. There have been countless revisions and changes to the property over the years, significantly eroding its historic integrity. Most significantly, part of the property was used to build the adjacent fire station. Nearly 15 years ago, members of the Studio City community developed a draft plan for the land that sounds a lot like what the members are proposing. That plan called for closing the golf course and turning the property into open space for public enjoyment. It wasn't considered a historic property worth saving then, and it shouldn't be pursued.
Thank you. Phone number in 647, you are unmuted, so go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm Esther, and a 45-year Studio City resident and an avid tennis player. I've been playing tennis at Weddington for over 30 years. I want to state that Studio City is excited and eager to welcome the Harvard Westlake River Park. The project will preserve and reuse the golf club, house, the cafe, and the putting green, all while creating a publicly accessible park with walking paths, jogging trails, and incredible recreational facilities. It's no secret that proponents of historic designation are also opponents of this River Park project. My question to them is why? The property owners are gifting the city of Los Angeles with an incredible public resource while preserving the most iconic parts of the property. At the end of the day, there was just no need to designate the property. Neighborhood council members, please do the right thing by denying this motion and standing with progress in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying one more time. Why Beller? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yep, it is. No problem.
I just wanted to call in favor of the historical designation. I understand we can argue over words about who owns and privatization. I want to stress the point that this is about protecting a piece of land. Maybe it's changed over the years, but it's preventing not a development, not an evolution, but annihilation, a destruction of what's there. We reach a limit, then we should protect what we have before it's gone forever, changed forever. It doesn't matter who owns it. It's about protecting what we have at the moment and hoping it's there for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Randy, at this point, should we, call a special meeting? Because there's no way our actual agenda is ever going to be touched on at this point. And there was, there's been
Adam, the public comment on this subject is done. So now we're just going to hear from Ari Engelberg on behalf of Westlake and briefly from Terry Austin, the original petitioner. So, I think the rest, should move. If that could be a dangerous thought on my part, but I do think the rest will move rather swiftly. So with that, Ari, on behalf of Harvard Westlake, go ahead, and if we can, be concise with our comments, and I think, and limit them somewhat, that'd be great. But go ahead, Ari, please. So this is Ari Engelberg from here. Let me promote you to a panelist so people can see you. On behalf of Harvard Westlake, go ahead.
Thank you. Can everybody see and hear me?
We can. You're wearing a red shirt.
Yes, thanks. Flying the school colors. Well, good evening to the members of the Studio City Neighborhood Council and to the Studio City stakeholders who were in attendance. If I could see all your faces, I'm sure I'd recognize a number of you. And I've had the pleasure of meeting in some cases in groups, in some cases one-on-one. with the vast majority of you over the last 3 years as we have moved our project plan forward. I do appreciate the opportunity you've afforded me to speak tonight on this topic. As the council president mentioned, my name is Ari Engelberg. I'm the head of communications for Harvard Westlake School, and I'm a representative of the Harvard Westlake River Park project, our proposed development at Weddington Golf and Tennis. Before I address the proposed resolution that you'll consider voting on tonight, I wanted to share that in word and in action, from the moment Harvard Westlake purchased the Weddington property in December of 2017, over 3 years ago, we committed to a transparent process with Studio City stakeholders, seeking out and welcoming conversation with anyone who is interested. To this date, we have hosted half a dozen public forums of our own, have attended half a dozen others, have participated in well over 100 one-on-one and small group conversations, chats, and coffees. I suspect that Stacy Marble and I have had more than one conversation with the vast majority of the people on this call right now. We've made ourselves available by phone, Zoom, email, and in person to anyone who's expressed an interest in talking to us about the River Park. Despite misleading information circulating in the community and on social media, Weddington Golf and Tennis is not a publicly owned facility, and it has never been. It is not a public park. The Weddington family owned the land for generations, and Harvard Westlake purchased it from them a few years ago. The family first offered paying members of the public the opportunity to play golf there in the mid-1950s. Tennis was added about 20 years later, and the golf course and courts have been through multiple changes since, as has been noted by other speakers. At its core, for the last 70 years, Weddington has been a for-profit business that has offered paying customers the ability to engage in two recreational activities, golf and tennis. From the beginning, Harvard Westlake understood and acknowledged that some stakeholders have come to value or even depend on access to recreational opportunities at this site. And that historic use is accounted for in our River Park plan. In fact, the River Park will not just preserve, but will expand the community's access to recreational opportunities at the site. Let me be clear about that. We have proposed a redevelopment of the site that will offer a far greater choice of recreation and will serve an even broader range of community stakeholders than the facility currently does. The planned athletic fields, open to the public for soccer, frisbee, playing a game of catch. The swimming pool, available for public swim programs. The tennis courts, open to the public for matches and tournaments. Even the gymnasium, open for reservation by community groups. The remodeled clubhouse, updated cafe, acres of beautifully landscaped park area, walking and jogging trails, seating, shading, water features, all open to the public. Approval of the project will come with the condition that these amenities will be available for community enjoyment, and the school has consistently stipulated to that. We fully accept and embrace this commitment. We look forward to inviting the community to enjoy the River Park along with us. In committing to community access to a wider range of recreational amenities than are currently available, the Harvard Westlake River Park doesn't just honor the history of publicly accessible recreational use of this property, the River Park doubles down. In addition to continuing to serve the public, the school's plan offers a number of very significant environmental benefits as compared to existing conditions. Just to water the golf course, the site currently consumes about 12 million gallons of water per year. That's only going to get worse with climate change. Pair that stunning statistic with the fact that the turf grass on the golf course requires hundreds of pounds of chemicals, herbicides, fungicides, and fertilizers applied every year. In its place, we're proposing a 100% native landscape palette, climate appropriate, drought tolerant, that will reduce the amount of water consumed and wasted by this grass by at least 9 million gallons a year. There's been a lot of talk in the community and on social media about tree removal. Much of it grossly misrepresents both the current condition and Harvard Westlake's plan. It is true that a number of trees will be removed during the River Park development process. However, the majority of those trees, the majority of them are fan palms that were part of the prior owner's failed attempts to start a commercial nursery there. Fan palms have very little ecological value and aren't even considered trees, according to arborists, they're grasses. And they're explicitly banned by the city of Los Angeles for planting in this area near the river. In their place, Harvard Westlake will increase the number of trees on site by more than 33%. Again, to be clear, more trees after the River Park is built than are currently there now. And we'll replace them with all native trees, oaks, toyon, sycamore, to name just a few, that offer greater carbon sequestration capacity, greater canopy coverage, greater habitat, greater food sources for wildlife. And that, as I mentioned earlier, are part of a River Park plan that will be open to the public for daily enjoyment and recreation. When the River Park is completed, the tree life at Weddington will be more lush, healthier, and better for the environment than the current condition, and that's simply a fact. Another environmental benefit that our plan offers one that actually took inspiration from a plan that many who are now opposing our project advocated for themselves 10 years ago, is a water reclamation system that will capture polluted urban runoff from the streets to the north of the property, filter it, clean it, and store up to 1 million gallons of it for reuse on landscaping at the river park. That's 1 million gallons of water storage to be used in this publicly available river park that doesn't need to be drawn from the precious and unfortunately dwindling city water supplies. In January of 2020, Councilmember Paul Kukorian of Council District 2 wrote a letter to Harvard Westlake that was circulated widely in the community. I imagine many of you have seen it. The letter outlined Mr. Kukorian's reaction to Harvard Westlake's draft river park plan and the expectations he has for continued refinement of our proposed project. Mr. Kukorian asked Harvard Westlake to undertake several responsibilities and enhancements to the plan that are in keeping with its historic use as a safe recreational space open for public enjoyment. The council member asked Harvard Westlake to commit to maintaining the Zev-Yaroslavsky River Greenway, which, as all of you know, is desperately in need of ongoing care. The school has committed to doing so. The council member required the school to provide publicly accessible tennis courts. We have committed to doing so. The council member asked the school to preserve the clubhouse, the cafe, the putting green, those features that his office deemed architecturally significant. We have committed to doing so. The council member asked that the school increase the total non-recreational open space on the site and keep it open to the public. The River Park Plan does just this. The council member asked that the school allow community groups to access the entire set of athletic amenities when they're not in use by the school. We have committed to doing so. The council member has asked that the school develop a water reclamation system to capture stormwater. We have committed to not just doing so, but to building the most ambitious privately funded stormwater reclamation project of its kind that has ever been built in the city of Los Angeles. The council member asked that the landscape plan provide the opportunity to sequester more carbon than the current condition does. The plan does. The council member asked that 2 substantial trees be planted for every one that is removed, and that those trees should be compliant with the LA River Improvement Overlay and the LA County River Master Plan. They are. In short, in every aspect of the River Park Plan, Harvard Westlake has met or exceeded the expectations set forth by Councilman Kukorian. The plan expands public access to recreation, and the plan improves the environment, and these are facts. You're voting tonight on whether to support the efforts of River Park opponents to recommend historic designation for the property to the city's Planning and Land Use Committee. In reaching your conclusion, I think it's important to remember that the city's process for considering a designation is based purely on architectural or cultural merit. It is not the intent of the city or those who oversee the process to have the analysis appropriated by obstructionist intent as it relates to property and land use matters. It was noted during the Cultural Heritage Commission proceedings that many who now support the historic designation effort and claim historical context for the golf course once advocated for its very removal as part of their own plan and ambitions. More important than this fact is the extensive deliberation we heard from decision makers on the Cultural Heritage Commission. For those who were in attendance, the commissioners appropriately recognized what I summarized earlier, that Weddington has long been a place of public recreation and that continued public access to recreational facilities is what is important. We support that point of view, and that's why public access features so prominently in our plans. Furthermore, as I noted before, and in response to that point of view, what we heard from members of the community and from our council member in CD2, we modified our plans long ago to preserve the clubhouse, the putting green, the novelty golf ball lights, and the cafe inside the clubhouse. These features stand on their own architectural merit, are entirely in keeping with the history of the property, and are deserving of preservation. To recap, Harvard Westlake has been transparent with the community since the moment it purchased Weddington Golf and Tennis in 2017. The school's engaged in hundreds of conversations with stakeholders to gather their feedback about the proposed plan. That feedback, along with the feedback of the council office, has been very carefully considered. Harvard Westlake understands that many stakeholders have long valued public access to the recreational amenities at Weddington. And as a result, Harvard Westlake's River Park Plan prioritizes public access to a wide range of recreational amenities, from field to track to pool to gym to tennis courts to outdoor gathering areas. And the River Park Plan intends to preserve those current amenities that are architecturally significant. When opened, the River Park will offer Studio City more access to recreation, not less, and it will provide an environment that is healthier than the current condition. For these reasons, nominating golf and tennis as specific sports for historic designation is an unnecessary overreach, and I encourage the council to oppose the motion before you. I'll stay on the call in case there are any questions. Thank you, Mr. President. I think you're still muted.
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. So thank you very much, Ari. Appreciate that. If we can hear from Terry, I think you're there. You are. Go ahead, Terry.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I am talking about what is on the agenda tonight, which is the historical significance of the property. I put in the application, I started working on it in 2019. I was very surprised when I first attended a meeting about the property being developed, because I was of the understanding it had been on the historical registry for the city of LA called Survey LA since 2012, and had actually been recognized as historically significant in 2008. In fact, by a developer who wanted to buy the property to make it into condos. And in that proposal to the Department of Planning, they had mentioned back in 2008 about the historic significance. So it has been recognized ever since the property has been considered for some sort of development. But that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. We're here to talk about the historic significance. And I understand that a lot of people called in and said, well, I don't see why it should be historic, and just because it's old. Well, let me tell you why. Now, Randy, do you have my presentation up that we can share? I can share a screen with you and use it?
Sure.
Okay, so are you putting it up?
I'm happy. Either I can or you can. What do you prefer?
Oh, you can. I sent you the link, and if I can move my cursor around.
Well, if I share my screen, then it would be me moving the cursor around.
Oh, I see. Okay. So let me see if I can do this. Okay, here we go. All right, can you see that? Can everyone see that?
We can. Club history, Gentleman Joe Palooka.
Okay, so back in 1953, Joe Kirkwood Jr., who was a world-renowned trick golfer and also an actor, was the one who first started the idea. It was his brainchild to do the golf course. He and his dad were the first father and son to ever be qualified to enter the PGA tournament together. And he was a good-looking guy, as you can see in the picture here. And then he ended up starring in 11 movies that were based on the very popular cartoon character Joe Palooka, who was very popular in the Second World War. He went to war and fought the Nazis, and Joe Kirkwood used his celebrity status to parlay into interest in people coming to his golf club. So the property itself is historic. It was been owned by the Weddington family through 3 centuries, from 1890 until they sold it in 2017. It was mentioned several times by several callers that the property is private and you have to pay to go on it. In fact, there is no entrance fee. Many people walk on just to talk with their neighbors, or maybe they have a coffee, or a lot of people who aren't taking lessons sit and watch other people taking lessons so that they can get some free lessons. And so it's not true that it's been private and you have to pay to get on the property. From the day it opened, it has always been open to the public, privately owned, but open to the public. So Joe Kirkwood started the golf course, and he here in this slide here, you see in the top here, this is the original golf clubhouse, and it was built by William M. Bray, and he is around Los Angeles architect. He's passed now. His son, Roger Bray, is still running their business. And if you look at the top, that's the original golf club as it opened, the clubhouse in 1955. And below here it is a few months ago, I took this picture, and it is remarkably untouched. And you can see here the golf ball light standards that were there in 1955, and the trees have grown. And from this angle, you can't see them, but they're right here. On the right-hand side, you see the golf clubhouse entrance, and it's designed like a living room from the 1950s. It's very welcoming. It has brick fireplace here and naughty wood paneling. And below you see the cafe, which is still very popular today. I will tell you, the property, it has been hugely popular all the years that it's been open. The McAllister family that ran it for 50 years until their lease was up in 2006. Made enough money to pay back all their investors and made a profit. After that time, the Becker brothers, who are the descendants of the Weddingtons, who are in fact residents of Nevada and fly in once a week, didn't do as well with the business, but they were absentee business owners, and still with their haphazard business ways, the club is still, or the property has still remained incredibly popular. And during this time of COVID, it remained one of the few places that people could get out and do something in a healthy way, both mentally and physically, to commune with their neighbors. So this is the clubhouse at the beginning, and here it is below. And then down here, this is important. You'll see here, this is the layout of the golf course. Now, the comment has been made over and over again that it's been changed so many times you can't count. Well, that's not true. The progression of the golf holes is exactly the same as it was in 1955 when it opened. And what I mean by that is this is hole number 1 in 1955. This is hole number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That was in 1955, 56. In 2021, the difference is the driving range has been made about a third smaller, and this dog leg and the top of this hole, this is where the tennis courts are, okay? When the fire station was put in, the golf course was not changed again. They took out 2 tennis courts. So the major change in the golf course were the following. In the first couple of years that the course was running, they found that people teeing off from the second tee were hitting balls over the fence. So they changed this tee box, they moved it up 30 feet and changed the trajectory of the hole. And then when they put in the tennis courts, they made these 2 holes shorter. Those are the big changes. Other than that, the progression of the holes is exactly the same as it was in 1955. So the golf course itself has not been changed radically at all. As a matter of fact, it's very true to its original design. But to let people in on what qualifies as a historic cultural landscape, which is the criteria for this, you wouldn't expect that over 60, 70 years, a living landscape would not change at all. Different plants would come in and out of popularity, privet to rose bushes. Trees would die, trees would be planted. So no cultural landscape is identical because it's a living thing. But what I want to tell you for the people who are wondering, why does this qualify and is it just because it's old? No, this was adjudicated by credentialed experts at the Cultural Heritage Commission office. I put in an application that I worked with a professional on, and it was a very well-documented application. Then it was studied by the staff before they even brought it to the commission. And then once it was brought to the commission, which is 5 people who all have more than 20 years experience, and got 100 years of historical experience on that commission, they adjudicated the commission's the staff finding. Then they said, okay, we've got Terry's application, we've got the staff report, now let's go see it with our own eyes. Then they came out and made their own judgment. Then there was a second presentation and a second staff report. So if anybody wants to know how this all came about, it's all on our website, Save Weddington, and you can read it for yourself. And maybe that'll give people a better understanding of why this absolutely qualifies for the criteria for a cultural historic monument, okay? So one of the important things that was brought up by one of the callers was the fact that in 1955, when the driving range opened in 55, the course in 56, the construction began in 1953. But during that time, it was totally legal to have covenants on a property where you could restrict race, gender, religion. And this never had this. Joe Kirkwood was a better actor than he was a businessman. And after a few years of running the course, he went off to other ventures. As a matter of fact, the Pins Bowling Alley and that whole area on Ventura was something he was looking at about putting in a skating rink and some other ventures. He sold it to George McAllister and Art Anderson, and they ran it as a legacy business, very successful for 50 years until the lease was up. And as far as the tennis courts go, when people say, well, there's tennis courts, and they weren't there at the beginning, a large number of golf courses across the country added tennis courts in the 70s when tennis became into its zenith. So this wasn't an aberration or something. This was how the evolution of an open space recreational property developed. So all of this stuff, as I said, I learned it all as I was doing my research to put in the application. But I promise you, if anyone's doubting the validity of the historic nomination, please read the source material by experts, not people's opinions, not my opinion. I'm not an expert, not Ari's. He's not an expert. He said he was a communications outreach. I run a dog and cat charity, but there are experts involved in this, and they're serious people, and they have given it the nomination. So this next picture down here, I'll just go back for a second. When you see women playing here, one of the beauties of the course back in 1955, 56, and now is that a par 3 can be played in an hour and a half. And that makes it open to everything from small children to older people. My sister's 70. She can no longer walk around an 18-hole golf course, but a par 3, she can still get out and have her exercise and enjoy herself and talk with your neighbors. And it's a wonderful multi-generational facility. When Harvard Westlake mentions, and the only reason I'm mentioning their project is because they brought it up in their callers, that's all they spoke about. When they talk about it being, oh, they're going to put in more recreation, I think that the callers need to look at their notice of preparation, and this is Harvard Westlakes, and again, you can find it on Save Weddington, and you need to look at the perimeter of the property to see that there are 11-foot concrete walls all along the west and all along the north, and then 8-foot concrete walls on the east, and then a myriad of wrought iron gates and fences and locks that will be opened at the discretion of the school. So I think it's the antithesis of open space. And I think people keep picturing a 5 or 6 acre plot of land that's an open park. It is in fact a trail around the perimeter. But back to my slides. So the women that you see in this slide here, this gave women in the area an opportunity to come over for an hour and a half while the kids were at school, because it was the 50s and a lot of women were at home. And they were offered golf lessons at 50 when the going rate was $5 an hour, because George McAllister wanted to build interest in the game. I apologize for my foster puppy in the background. So down here you see the driving range, and this is the driving range today. It's always very busy. I really would question whether the property doesn't make money at this point, because anyone driving by it will see that the parking lot is jammed from morning to night, and you often have to wait to get on the golf course or get a court. And but then again, Harvard Westlake is a nonprofit, and their 990 is available. And I've recently acquired last year, so I'm going to do that math and find out about that and report back to you about the viability of it being self-sustaining. But here you see the driving range was open in 1955. You can see the golf ball standards in the background, and there they are almost 70 years later. And this is Fred Weddington. He was one of the descendants of the Weddingtons. The Weddington family at that time were very involved in the property, and that's why they gave this lease. They liked the idea of this piece of property that was open to the public. And there you see a bunch of kids, and there's a young lady in there, and they were playing a tournament at the time. The connection with the entertainment world is always been hand in glove with this piece of property. I mean, our neighborhood is called Studio City because we have so many movie studios and television studios in it. And right from the beginning, it has been celebrities and regular folk having a communal time in a neighborhood setting. I mean, the Brady Bunch is in studio, houses in Studio City. This is the American dream, to have a community where everyone knows your name. So in 1956, there's Dean Martin hitting out the first ball at the first tournament at the golf course. And here on the right-hand side, this is Joe Kirkwood. He used to give free lessons to kids so that everybody could enjoy the property. I also want to comment about the, only because it was brought up several times, about the Mexican fan palms. I just want to assure everyone, Mexican fan palms don't eat small children. They're not dangerous. They are invasive if they are allowed to spread. On a groomed golf course, they're not going to spread because it's being mowed and cut all the time. So it's a little disingenuous to paint them out as being something hugely dangerous. I just want to close with the pitch about always for what the development will be is not what you're voting on. Experts have looked at this property, looked at the history, looked at all the documentation, and have come to a decision that it meets the criteria. So we're asking for your support for the nomination. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Terry. We can, if you want to stop sharing your screen, that would be great.
Sure, I will do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to all of the stakeholders that are still on. Obviously, thank you to Ari and thank you to Terry. Janine, apparently I had skipped over you in public comment. I apologize. So Janine, if you're still on and you'd like to make a 1-minute public comment.
Thanks, Randy. Can you hear
Sure.
me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hey there. I am a resident and business owner in Studio City for over 25 years. This historic journey that Weddington has been on actually started in 2012, and it was the first steps where it was being listed as a historic resource on Historic Places LA and Survey LA, and it is eligible for the California Register as a historic monument. And as everyone has said, the historic experts who are the commissioners on the Cultural Historic Commission of Los Angeles recommended the entire property be made a historic monument. There is no question the entire site qualifies as a historic monument. Experts have confirmed this, as Terry reiterated. There is no question that Studio City has loudly used its voice to affirm the love this community has for this property, one that stretches back often 3 and 4 generations. And there's also no question that almost 12,000 residents, that is a huge amount, have been moved to sign a petition affirming the entire property a historic monument. I'm not sure why anyone, and I'm referring to calls, feels that the public will have any broad access to what is being proposed. The current campus does not allow public use. So I really urge this board to support the recommendation of what is the topic for tonight, which is moving the, supporting the Historic Commission and the thousands of residents who have supported the Historic Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, just to bring us around the horn, is there any board comment? If there's any board comment, can we just raise our hand? I see Adam Summer, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly. So my only concern is that I appreciate everybody coming out to speak, and I really wish that all of you were present at the whole Cultural Heritage Commission hearing. I think that was the correct place and time for everything that you guys are saying. I would strongly encourage you to make direct contact with our city council member. Paul's office is who you need to and want to talk to if you want to have some sway. Although I think it's great we have this forum, and we spent a lot of time on this motion and not on a lot of other motions tonight, unfortunately. I think it's really important that you guys understand what sway neighborhood council has, and it's minimal. I know of it's Bertoni from on planning commission. I know a lot of the guys, and it's our real big move was being president of the Cultural Heritage Commission and making a push. However, I also believe that tonight was not the time for Harvard Westlake to make a presentation. We were talking, it's not anything that we were talking about tonight. Tonight was strictly, do we want to support the Cultural Heritage Commission, proposition or protection, I'm sorry. And I think that should have been the only question on the agenda. And unfortunately, I think we swayed a little far from the given purpose. With that being said, I encourage all of you to contact Paul's office directly, because he is the person that will have direct and lasting influence on this. I guarantee that. So your time and energy is much better spent, loading his voicemail box, getting in touch with each individual in his office that can possibly, get you in contact with him directly. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Richard Niederberg, go ahead. Richard?
To continue on Terry's argument, perhaps this is the next evolution. In any case, it could very easily be the highest and best use. So I encourage people to resist this proposal to designate the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Lana, you had your hand up, but I noticed it's now down. Did you have a comment? No? Okay. Seeing no other hands from a board member, I guess I'll make my comment.
I raised my hand.
Sorry.
So did
Sorry.
Jessica, so did Alexa.
Oh, that's so weird. I don't see them on my end. I apologize. Maybe they're even doing it visually. I apologize. So go ahead, Richard Adams, and then we'll go down. Other people.
Okay. try to make this quick. The lady made the point that the course was always open to everyone. I don't golf because 21 years of bouncing around the countryside in armored vehicles, army trucks, and humping rocks of 120 pounds plus do bad things to your body, and I cannot physically golf. However, I can accompany Denise, former board member and board president, and play Frisbee golf alongside her golfing. She reliably informs me that even to this day, the population accessing the services of the golf club are quite diverse, and that's one of the main points of the history of this place. Always was open to everyone. As a Los Angeles native, we're both Los Angeles natives, and I'm sick and tired of seeing the history of my hometown being destroyed, being perverted, being sold off to some rich, and being perverted into something that I have no faith the public will actually be allowed access unless they decide to unlock the Berlin Wall and let people into their property. I strongly urge everyone to vote in favor of supporting this motion, and it's time we quit destroying history in Los Angeles and started preserving it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think it was Jesse, yes?
Thanks, Randy.
Of course.
It's really heartening to see all these community members come out and vocalize their opinions and their feelings about this issue, and we encourage you to come back for any and all other manner of agenda items as well in future months. I think that the point's been made, and I think it's really important for us all to consider strongly and to be pretty unequivocal on. All we're being asked to do in this particular motion is to either voice our support or voice opposition to the findings of, again, what's been described quite clearly and accurately, I think, as an extremely qualified group of experts. And this board generally doesn't have the hubris to completely come out in opposition to the findings of expert boards. That's not what we typically do. Obviously, emotion is high on both sides of this issue. And it doesn't end here with this vote. We all are aware of that. This has to go before Plum. This has to go before the city council. And what we do here today doesn't mean or not mean that athletic facilities will or won't be built. All we're doing is affirming or rejecting the findings of an expert body. That's why I'll be voting yes on supporting this measure, because this particular question to me seems like it should be a bit of a formality. There will be future opportunities for this to be hashed out in more detail.
Thank you, Jesse. Mike DeLazer.
Well, I'm conflicted with the idea of the development being the best possible result if you're going to redevelop this land into something. And I don't think that it will stay a golf course forever and ever. And this is probably the best possible result of that. I'm inclined to support our residents and let Terry have her fight, even though I'm not so sure she will ultimately come out on top in this one. But I'm inclined to let her have her fight. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Other public comment? Alexa.
I just have a point of clarification, and I wanted to thank Ari and Terry for both of their presentations. It was extremely insightful. The point of the matter is that we are voting to allow for this to be a historical preserved site. I want to understand what exactly that means. That means that Weddington is frozen in time and it will continue to operate as it is. So I just wanted a point of clarification. What exactly does it mean to have it be preserved?
Sure, Terry, go ahead.
Alexa, having a historical nomination does not prevent development. What it does is it gives you the community a voice at the table as to what ultimately is done. The Cultural Historical Commission is part of the Department of Planning. It's in the same it's the same department. And so they take into account what the developer wants to do and how that can be mitigated against preserving the historical aspects. The commission has deemed that the landscape itself is historic, okay, is culturally historic landscape. So it is a misnomer, and it's one of the reasons that we were surprised at the amount of blowback from Harvard Westlake, because it doesn't prevent development. It does give our community a seat at the table. And I would be very surprised. I was really glad that Michael mentioned, or rather, no, it was Adam mentioned about speaking to the councilman, because his word is really going to be powerful here. And I don't understand why he wouldn't want some leverage with Harvard Westlake about what will ultimately be built. So in answer to your question, if this does answer it, it doesn't freeze it in time. It merely gives some input into what ultimately happens. But any developer really doesn't want the community having a lot of say in what they're doing. So we understand that end of it, that they'd rather just say, here's our beautiful plan, this is what we want to do, please just approve it. And this does make them have to be in more contact, not just the meetings, which if you're applying for a conditional use permit, which is what they're due to be able to build, part of that process, it mandates that you must have community input, because part of the conditional use permit is how does it affect the neighborhood? The only way you can report that back to the planning department is by having those meetings. So those weren't like great tea socials, they were part of the process. Did that answer that?
Yes, very much so. I think it's a very important part to note that preservation as a historic landmark does not mean that we are necessarily keeping Weddington as we know it to be currently as Weddington.
That's correct. That is correct.
Will have a say. And I think that's a very important part to mention here.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. Ari, did you want to respond to that as well?
Yeah, I was just going to offer in response to Alexa that Harvard Westlake has no intention of running a community golf course long term. We have, from the very beginning, before we bought this property, taken the unprecedented step of having not just one, but quite literally hundreds of meetings with stakeholder groups and individual stakeholders, including Terry. Let's be honest, you and I have had quite a few very lengthy meetings at which you have made all sorts of interesting proposals, including moving the school to Lancaster and other things that are
Lancaster's lovely in the fall, Larry. Lovely in the fall.
we can go and look for, we can go out there together and look for land, Terry. But the point is that the school has from the beginning and consistently expressed an interest in opening up this site and making it available for community recreation. Every one of our public statements has made that point, and we continue to reiterate that point. We stipulated to it in writing, but we're not going to run a community golf course.
Thank you, Ari. Lana, go ahead.
I have a question for Ari. At one time, I was told that the current facility at Harvard Westlake up here on Coldwater was also open to the public. Is that still true? And how would the public access your current track and field and pool facilities?
Yeah, so it's a good question, Lana. So obviously the main school campus where students spend most of their time during the school day has very different restrictions around public access than this site would, because this site is designed as a recreational facility for joint use. That said, there are quite a few ways in which the public is able to enjoy our current facilities. Anybody who lives in Studio City can come and use the track to jog. We host numerous athletic clubs on our campus that use the pool, that use the track, that use the gymnasium. We have lots and lots of students in the community who do not attend Harvard Westlake who participate in those athletic clubs. And well, it's 9 o'clock. They're probably not being used now, but they certainly were being used earlier tonight for that purpose. In addition, the school regularly offers up its campus free of charge to community groups. We host events for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We host events for Special Olympics. We host events for the LAPD. And so the public has access to our campus in lots and lots of different ways. And we'll do so as well for the River Park.
Great, thank you so much. I'm curious about the outreach, though, to the community in regards to the facilities. I've lived here for 23, almost 24 years, and I've only been in the knowledge of this for the past maybe 4 years, and I've only attended one event there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lana. Any other board members that had a comment? Let me just, I can't see all of you on one screen, so let's just take a quick look. Very good. Okay, I will just say then for myself, this is a somewhat similar to Michael's position. And I want to thank the public for coming out. I think it's worth noting, by the way, that was pretty much a 2-to-1 in terms of those in favor of a historical nomination. I appreciate Alexa's question. And frankly, I will note that I also appreciate Harvard Westlake. I think that while I know that there are some who question Harvard Westlake's intent or motives, I think that this whole process, as well as conditional use permits, as Terry mentioned, is how the community and the owner, right, how we put our rules in place about what they can and can't do. So with that, so thank you again to Terry and Ari in taking the time, and to so many stakeholders coming out. This is one step in the process. I do think actually I will just take a brief second and say that I disagree with that. I'm just saying we have that our say doesn't matter, or the community matters. Our job is to echo that say, and I appreciate everyone taking the time, and we will echo that sentiment. So first, we'll do a quick straw poll. My intention would be based on public comment this evening by a margin of more than 2-to-1, that the motion would be, 1 second. Sorry, just pulling it back in front of me. The motion would be the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the Cultural Heritage Commission CHC decision, Council File 21-0470, to nominate Studio City Golf and Tennis Club to be included in the list of historical cultural monuments. The CHC determined that the property conforms with the definition of a monument under Section 22.171.7 of the Los Angeles Administrative Code. The Commission also voted to change the proposed monument's name back to Studio City Golf and Tennis Club to reflect the original historic name. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement to Council File 21-0470.
I second.
Thank you. And so with that, Alexa, if you could call the roll for a vote on this, that'd be great.
Sure. Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Just get up there and accept your fucking.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Lisa.
I've
Thank you, God. Oh, and then what do you?
Richard Niederberg.
No.
Jesse.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Alexa. Yes. Adam.
Yes.
Vote passes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to the public. Appreciate it. Moving on to agenda item, I guess would now be, or back to the agenda item number 7, Budget Committee. Lana, you have a number of MPGs in front of us.
I do. Thank you so much for the patience of all the folks who are attending to hear and comment on the motion that we have before us from the Budget Committee. Actually, it's not from the Budget Committee. I stand corrected because we had some technical difficulties that prohibited the Budget Committee from officially making this motion, so I am bringing them to the board. 3 of them which were informally discussed with the community in attendance, making their voices heard, and one proposal that came to us too late to discuss, but nonetheless is just as worthy for consideration. So with that, I would like to proceed to discuss the Budget Committee motion A. I guess, Randy, is that now item 8 instead of 7A? Is it 8A?
No, we'll keep it as 7 because we'll keep it as 7. We didn't renumber agenda item
Okay.
12. We just advanced it.
Okay.
So on the agenda would be 7A.
Okay, great.
Randy, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and not that I'm against any of this or trying to be obstructionist, but I was under the impression over the years that everything the board spends money on has to come from a valid budget committee meeting. And I'm afraid we're going to spend a bunch of time on this and have the city clerk's office kick it back.
Based on experience, just on the experience that we've had in the last year, not only during my presidency but during Brian's presidency, and he can speak to it if you'd like. While yes, it's normal order to go through budget committee, it doesn't have to be. A financial matter can come from a board directly to the board from a board member, and in fact, not only can it has, and we voted,
Okay.
and the clerk has paid, and there's been no issue.
Not a problem. Just trying to be, efficient. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and read the motion, and I know that we probably still have some interested parties in commenting about that. So that process, Randy, would be to read the motion and then have comments, or comments first and then read the motion.
Sure. So we'll read the motion. We'll get a second. Assuming
Okay.
we get a second, then we'll take public comment. Then the board will discuss if anything to add, and then we'll vote.
Thank you so much. So, motion 7A, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the Neighborhood Purpose Grant, NPG, request from the Studio City Area School, Rio Vista Elementary, in the amount of $6,037.56 for the purpose of improving grounds at the school. Supporting documentation has been and is prepared for us and presented by Tammy Escobedo Fernandez, the principal at Rio Vista Elementary, for advanced studies. And that motion is brought by me, and I would appreciate someone giving a
Second.
second. Thank you, Randy.
Okay, so public comment on agenda item 7A, a neighborhood purpose grant for Rio Vista. Public comment is now open. I see a number of hands again to make public comment. Press *9 if you are dialing in from a phone. Alt-Y on your keyboard if you're on a laptop, or just if you're within Zoom, the 3 dots where it says more under, you can click on that and raise your hand. Michael, are you still there to time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, we have Puppet for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes. So it didn't go through the budget committee. We just want to be clear. So when the arrest warrants get issued later on, we just want to be clear what we're voting on, board members. So to be on the safe side, a no vote would be the proper way to go. And I wish we could ask the mentor of all of us, Jessica Fulgate. Yes, your savior. I wish she could answer the question whether we could vote on these things. And thank you to Richard Niederberg for being the golfer's poo-poo. Yes. So again, Go Puppet will not support this, not because it's a good thing, but because the budget committee didn't meet. And we need to cross those T's and dot the I's. Ask Mr. Weezer and Mr. Englander, who will begin his 13-month federal prison sentence. Yes. And Carol doesn't want to see that.
Mr. President, may I clarify on that statement?
Yes.
Go Puppet is still, you're interrupting his public comment time.
It's okay. The defendant may speak. Yes.
Public time has expired.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to clarify, there was an agenda put out, and this motion was on an agenda. However, due to an error in the Zoom link, we were not able to have a formal passing of the motion or a formal vote, up and down vote on this motion, but we did go ahead because the public had been notified and there were lots of people that were attending because it had been posted already. And at the last minute, we were able to make some adjustments for the community to have their voice. So even though we had these technical difficulties, the budget committee was in attendance and did hear the community speak on these motions. So I just want to make that very clear. And as the budget committee chair in attendance with this, I felt like I needed to pledge to our community members who brought these motions to us to bring them forward for a vote to the board, and we have done that in previous meetings as Randy referenced. So thank you very much.
Okay, public comment. And Lana, certainly worth noting, you don't have to respond to every public comment, obviously, as you
Thank
well
you.
know, but I understand your need to, your want to respond. Okay, Rio Vista Gay Lannon, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My granddaughter, who is a student at Rio Vista, would like to say something.
Hi, I'm Alyssa, and I am a student at Rio Vista Elementary School. I support them, and I like to learn there. I think you would be great to help them and make it beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope we didn't keep you up too late. Fernandez, Tammy Fernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your time this evening and let you know that this beautification project that we're requesting funding for would be a contribution not only to our school, but the Studio City community as well. The Studio City community benefits from our school, and we would like to give back as well and make the community see what a bright and beautiful school we are. And if we could get full funding, that would really benefit us because we just don't have the funds to do this project on our own. So we'd appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Laura, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I am a parent at Rio Vista. My daughter Lola is a second grader there. I am also the treasurer for the PTA, and we spend loads of time, thank you to all the budget people on this council, raising money and really trying to give our kids the best, that we can through arts and music and dance and all the things that, they can't necessarily get through the public school district. But when they walk to our school, it doesn't really represent what's happening on the inside. And I think you all could make such a huge difference with this grant and really just brighten those kids' days and give them more hope when they go to school. And it just really needs a little facelift. So we thank you so much for your consideration. And Lola's a friend with Alyssa, and I know she would say the same thing. It would mean so much to these kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Erica Fox, please go ahead.
My son went to Carpenter. My daughter went to 2 years of Carpenter, and then we moved her to Rio Vista, and it was an amazing thing for her. She is biracial African American, and Rio Vista was where she found herself. So I say give the money to Rio Vista. Carpenter raises $500,000 a year, and Rio Vista, that just sits 1 mile the other way, doesn't have that same ability. So I think that Rio Vista deserves the best of everything, as do the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Mandel.
Hi, thank you, Randy. I'm all for supporting Rio Vista. I just have a couple points. If I understand the treasurer's report correctly, we're at the end of the fiscal year. We have 25 grand and it's use it or lose it with the exception of 10. So this coming at the very last meeting just doesn't sit well with me. It sounds like if the money doesn't get spent, it goes back to the city, although I think it's better spent for flowers in front of the school than going back to the city. Inside the school, do you guys have enough pencils, crayons, textbooks, Chromebooks, art supplies, scholastic items, rather than just flowers outside? I understand it really will help the image to look good, but I'm actually more concerned about what's going on inside the school. And I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, if the money isn't spent, it does go back to the city. So I think spending it is better than not, but I would prefer
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Jess Kelly, go ahead.
Hello. I am a mom and a volunteer and a PTA board member at Rio Vista. First and foremost, thank you for considering this project. I just want to point out that the school is a nucleus of a community. And by being the nucleus, it's so important for students, parents, and the neighborhood to be proud of this school. First impressions leave lasting impressions and are so important. Our school is bland. Walking up to it does not reveal what really goes on inside. We have such a wonderful school. So I ask you to please help inspire our community, inspire our families, inspire our children by making our school beautiful. Please help Rio Vista leave an amazing first impression among all of our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. You know, this is really a sad situation that our local public schools have to come to the neighborhood council asking for money. I mean, to me, this is, you know, indicative of LAUSD's inability to properly budget the billions of dollars they have in their budget annually, when, you know, teachers unions are taking exorbitant salaries and, you know, golden parachute pension plans, and they're just leaving students behind. It's really sad. You know, as a fiscal conservative, I question the ask, but, you know, the progressive, passionate side of me suggests that this board support this neighborhood purpose grant. This is exactly the kinds of things that neighborhood councils do best. So thank you for taking this up.
Thank you, Rudy. Phone number ending in 713, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth, your roofless neighbor. I had a similar opinion to the person that wanted to know if the school supplies and textbooks and everything were okay before improving the exterior. There was a survey done of school teachers of LAUSD K through 12 enrolled students, and out of the whole last school year, the last normal school year, 4.4% of the students had experienced homelessness at some point in the school year. And that's 1 out of 20. That's 1 in every classroom. And as someone who was a homeless youth, I think that we should, you know, be trying to identify who those kids are maybe and trying to improve their situation. I think it's more important than the exterior, the flowers and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Nichols, go ahead.
Yes, hello once again. I am the proud community of school administrator for Rio Vista. I have served that community for 6 years. and Rio Vista is a diamond in the rough. Do we have enough textbooks? Yes. Do we have one-to-one laptops and Chromebooks for students? Yes. We are a multimedia school. We have a wonderful partnership with our folks there in the studios that really support our efforts with technology. And we have various partnerships. And the reason we are here today is to ask you to partner up with us. As you know, I have been attending the Neighborhood Council year 1 of 5. And this is exactly the type of commitment and participation we would want to ask our neighborhood councils to support our schools with. There was a comment about LAUSD and its budget. Let me tell you that we have a lot of partnerships that support schools in many, many ways. It is not that LAUSD doesn't have the budget for beautification. We do explore opportunities for beautification at sites, but this is a particular opportunity to work in partnership to improve our community, because Rio Vista is competing with Carpenter, which is also my school, the White Picket Fence, Dixie Canyon, who brings in absorbent amount of monies through partnerships, and Colfax, who just put up a $20 million building. So let's support our school. It does amazing, fabulous things in the school, and we are not in need of anything because Principal and I work very closely to ensure that students have everything they need with curriculum. They also get fed with our free lunches and weekend packs, and we also have an after-school program. So we are taking care of the whole child at Rio Vista Elementary School. Thank you so very much for your consideration, and my hope is that we begin to build our partnership tonight.
Thank you very much, Maria. A public comment from Jenna. Go ahead. Jenna?
Hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Great, yes. I am for the beautification. I am a parent. I'm also VP of fundraising at Rio Vista. We are, yes, we are a diamond in the rough. And unfortunately, because we are a smaller school, we tend to get overlooked. But this school, I've been there for the past 3 years, it has heart. And as difficult as it has been to fundraise in this difficult time, parents and the community have shown up as much as they can. And we're asking you guys to help us out to show on the outside how beautiful the people, our community, our kids, our programs really are. And we are so appreciative that you guys are even considering doing this for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a hand raised from Jill Barber. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. I also am a parent at Rio Vista. I have 3 children. My oldest is in 8th grade, so I have actually been at Rio Vista for 9 years now. We are a diamond in the rough. This is a wonderful, wonderful school that I'm so happy I lucked into being into this, this elementary school. We fundraise all year long as a smaller school to keep the arts, to keep music, to keep our band, to keep our choir, to keep our conga kids, to help with the field trips, and also to help with our hidden garden. That is what we fundraise for. And we simply don't have the funds to do this beautification that would make our school look so wonderful, because I want to tag on to what Jess Kelly said earlier. I think the first impression of a school really is a lasting impression. And we have such a wonderful community in there and such great kids, but you can't tell it from the outside. And we would like to have our school look beautiful from the outside as well.
Thank you, that's time.
So much. Thank you so much.
Hi, I think I'm unmuted
Randy,
now.
we can't hear you, but
Sorry, go ahead, Barry.
Okay, all I wanted to say is it sounded like somebody was commenting that they were striking up a new relationship with the Studio City Neighborhood Council. And I just wanted to say, for the record, this neighborhood council's been around since 2002, and I think nearly every year there's been money voted for Rio Vista. So this is nothing new. And I'm all for it, but don't make it sound like it's something new. Rio Vista's gotten lots of money over the years from this neighborhood council, and this is just one more year of it. And this is a Rio Vista graduate speaking. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. With that, seeing no more hands for public comment on agenda item 7A, public comment is now closed. So we have board comment. I see a hand raised from Richard Adams. Go ahead.
That was from a while back, Randy. I don't really have any comment other than we might as well spend the money. We can do as good a job as throwing it around as anybody downtown at City Hall. So
Fair
I support
enough.
it.
Thank you very much. Any other board members have a comment?
Yes.
Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
Yeah. I really question whether this is going to make as much good as the benches we put in the secret garden and tables a few years ago. But nonetheless, it's not the issue tonight. I just think that the money could be better spent. Also, if you are going to get the money and spend it for cosmetic things like gardening, can you at least put a banner or a sign or something giving credit to Studio City for providing it? Thank you.
Okay, aside from Richard Niederberg, anyone have any comments? Rick Rosner, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should be as generous with Rio Vista as possible. Historically, as people have mentioned, other local bigger schools have been better at marshaling resources, but Rio Vista has made huge strides over the past 20 years. And we should help them continue. And I agree a little bit with Richard Niederberg that in the future, we should look at projects with them that involve perhaps more permanent improvements.
Thank you, Rick. Alex Isbicki.
Yes, thank you. I want to also just echo prior comment. I think anything that children and schools need should definitely be made a priority. I also agree with Mr. Niederberg that we should definitely maybe ask for that the source be stated as well. But the bottom line is that I really, it pains me to think that we don't have a totality with our local schools as it pertains to the budgeting by the LA Unified. Hopefully, requests like this will never be needed in the future. And where one side of me would say, I would love for the schools with need to actually demonstrate that to our city so they can prioritize those needs instead of coming to the local neighborhood council. I agree that the council, whatever the needs of the children at the local elementary schools be definitely fulfilled. But again, with the idea that it is, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear some noise.
I heard a piano. No idea who that was.
Okay. But my point being is that it should definitely illustrate the lacking of our city to keep our schools whole, where they don't have to ask for beautification in the front of their school. So I agree with the request, but I would bring it with the spotlight on the failures of our local city and LA Unified School District in helping these schools in that vein. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Alex, didn't you just say that LA Unified shouldn't provide food stipends for our children in the last meeting? Excuse me. First
it
of
seems
all,
like an
I
odd
don't know what.
juxtaposition between your comments this week and last
Can
week.
guys,
No,
for
well,
let's,
feeding children is not the same thing as educating them.
yeah,
Giving them
can
four
we,
square meals is the responsibility of their prospective families. And I don't think
right,
LA
so
Unified or any other school district should supplant the family structure of
I
providing
don't
that.
want to have to
Is that what
utilize,
you mean, Adam?
I don't want to
Yeah, I mean,
utilize
I'm
you
honestly,
all, so here we
Yeah,
go.
yeah. No, go ahead, Adam. I'm willing to go. Let's go. What are you talking about?
Okay, sorry guys. I hate to be let's just
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Alex,
Mute
one
me.
second. Alex, thank you very much. Alex, I appreciate your comments. Alex, Adam, let's if you want to talk to Alex, I'm sure he'll happily accept your email. I want to keep comments kind of germane to the motion at hand. So if you had a comment for that, that'd be great. Otherwise, I would say, take Alex for coffee or something. I'll simply say, since I haven't seen any other hands, I remember, and I'll just say, since I know there's a lot of parents and teachers, and I'll just quickly say, I remember going to school. I did not grow up in LA. I grew up in Alhambra, which is a suburb, and there was a community garden right down the street from our school. And in elementary school, we used to actually go down to the garden and participate, and from growing vegetables to seeing what other people were growing, etc. So I would hope, perhaps, if it's possible, to incorporate kids in this landscaping process to learn about the importance of cultivating the earth, if you will. I think would be great, and the environmental portion, because I think that is absolutely educational. With that, of course, I don't think I need to say it, but I'll say it anyway. I hope neighborhood councils are part of our job is to help our community and our neighborhood. So I would hope that my fellow board members will vote in favor. So with that, Alexa, please call the roll and let's give this a vote.
Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian.
yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Alexa. Yes. And Adam.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Lana, next.
Yes. So motion B, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves up to $5,000 to be allocated to the Studio City Beautification Association, SCBA, for the Phase C of the Vineland Avenue Median Improvement Project, the final stage of the project. Supporting documentation is presented here by Andrew Epstein of the SCBA. And I hope you all had a chance to take a look at it. I know we have supported this project all along, and I hope that you will find it important to see it through to the end. Thank you.
Great, Lana, I'll second that motion. So with that, we will take this to public comment. So Michael, if you'll have your trusty timer ready, public comment. We'll start with Puppet. Go ahead for 1 minute, please.
Yes, the Studio City beautification. Yes. That's good. Continue the money laundering into the nonprofit. We always approve of that. Yes, it's a good thing. Teaching young people like JJ, this is how you do it. Taking government, tax the people, laundering it into the nonprofit, and then the nonprofit launders it to you. Yes, this is good government. And don't wind up like Lisa living in a closet, as we see her there next to her clothes. And it's a terrible sight, yes. So we need also a friendly amendment for $2,000 for Lisa to get proper lodging so that we don't have to see what we're seeing there tonight. Kind of looks like the place Goat Puppet lives in, and you know that's not a good thing. So anything else? Yes, vote no if you don't want to go to prison. Again, it wasn't passed through a budget committee, and that's Gibson Naya Baba Burra's fault. And Jessica.
What's up, the beer?
Randy, unmute.
Go ahead. Barry Johnson. Barry? Go ahead, Barry.
Yes, I hope you will support this. This will help complete the Vineland Avenue I'm sorry, it's late. The projects that are already in progress, and Vineland Avenue is a Los Angeles City designated scenic highway. It has been so since the old red car streetcars were removed from the center median in the late 50s. And it's really gone into disrepair. So it needs to be beautified and with drought resistant plants. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Barry. Scott Mandel, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Randy. I agree with what Barry just said. My only question or comment is I clicked the link on the agenda and I'm seeing that it says see attached files for location map, key, plan for irrigation, planting, and cost estimate. I can't find that. Probably pilot error. It must be somewhere in there. I would like to see that. But if it's not there, I still support this rather than having the money go back to the city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have Rudy Melendez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. Yes, I think we all support, beautification in our community. I'd just like to know what is the Studio City Beautification Association? What other agencies have they contacted in requesting money for this project, specifically our council district office and or any of our state legislators or county supervisor to find any discretionary funds to do beautification in this area? Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. And we have Andrew Epstein. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. I don't know that I can top the puppet, but I'll
try.
Just, yeah. I appreciate the time, and this is one of the last. It's sort of the forgotten areas of Studio City. The Vineland is the eastern end, and so we've made an effort to try and improve that section of Vineland from Ventura to the freeway and beyond. We finished 2 medians recently. I don't know if anyone's driven by lately, but they're all planted up, irrigated, maintained by us. They're small now, they will grow. The plan is similar, if not identical, to this 3rd median. We're also adding a tree to this one. In terms of funding, we've approached Krikorian's office, and then the suggestion was to come to the neighborhood council, which we're doing now. Actually, when we met with the budget committee, we had asked that the real cost of this job is almost double what we're asking for the council. So we had talked to Lana about possibly, I don't know if it could be amended or not, but we would love to ask for the full cost of installing this median, which is different than the paperwork you have in front of you. But all the paperwork.
That is time, I'm afraid, Andrew. I appreciate it though. With that, we'll take board comments. First at bat, we have Richard Adams. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious, maybe Barry or somebody else can answer this. We voted $5,000 to beautification for this Vineland project at least 2 times in my recent memory, and one further back in time. And now all of a sudden they want even more money. How much are we actually supposed to give to these people? And they're not the only game in town. We need to spread what money we have out. We're going to be able to start having events in the future. $5,000 did those other $5,000 payments not go through? If they did, why do they need another $5K from us? If they didn't go through, then yeah, I'm in favor of it. But right now I'm confused as to exactly how much money the CNC has actually paid out for this Vineland median project, and I'd like to get that clarified. As I said, if they haven't actually got the original 5K from us, that's one thing. But if they're just coming back for more and more and more, I start to have problems with that. Thank you.
I'll be glad to answer.
Andrew, go ahead.
You did use the phrase "these people." We're all members of Studio City, I assume. And I work for this is volunteer for me. So I don't really appreciate that comment. But as far as the money that we've requested, we have not received it yet from Neighborhood Council. We're still waiting. I believe your council and the council office is working on that. And as far as the second request, it's for an entirely new project. So if you ever drive Vineland, you'll notice there are medians, and every median we want to improve. So this is a new project, new funding for a new project.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other board comment on this issue, or can we take it to a vote? Oh, I see 3 hands up. So let's go. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
I'm just trying to say, is this going to be designated as a neighborhood purpose project, or what's the designation? It wasn't in the motion.
Thank you, Richard. Lana?
It is, do you need me to answer Richard's question about the?
Yep.
It is not a neighborhood purpose grant, Richard. This is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Adam Summer. Adam Summer, did you have something to say? No? Okay, hands down. Moving right along. Barry Johnson already spoke about this. And any other board comments? Adam Summer, Lana, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Rudy's question, and now it sort of went out of my head. I'm so sorry. It was, what, can you remind me, Rudy? I'm so sorry. I had an answer for you, and then it just left me. It's after 10.
Thank you, Lana. Yeah, I was just curious to see, did the beautification group ask our county supervisor? I know this is city property.
Yes,
Did they ask any of our
you.
other government officials for discretionary funds? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that reminder. Yes, in a previous motion that was brought before us within this council year, we were requested to provide support for funding that would be a matching fund with the councilman's office. And when Andrew spoke to the fact that they have not received those funds yet, we have had some challenges with the system, with the financial portal, which maybe Rick could speak to about some of the challenges in regards to that. But all of that paperwork is in. The councilman's office did supply the matching funds. We did pass the motion with that, and this is just the final stage of the project that we're supporting over time. And if there had been, to address Richard Adams' queries, if there had been previous motions prior to this year's cycle, it's very possible, but I do not recall them right away. And yes, Andrew did mention that he was interested in maybe pursuing additional funds beyond what was requested on the formal form that was submitted to us. However, we felt like since it is the initial request and it is documented on our form that we request, that we should stick with that amount. Thank you so much.
Great. Any other board comments? Seeing no hands. Alexa, let's take
Randy?
Richard
Real
Adams,
quick.
yes. Go ahead.
I was unaware that it was a new separate section. I did not mean to offend anybody from SCBA or anything else. It's our job to be very frugal and parsimonious with the public funds and make sure they go where they're needed to go and that nothing funny is going on. Hence my questions. They've been answered. And thank you.
Great, thank you. Alexa, let's bring this to a vote, please.
Can we get one thing? Can we get neighborhood
Richard Niederberg.
grant written in the motion?
What?
Richard, can you say again?
Can we have the words neighborhood purpose grant be placed in the motion?
It's not a neighborhood purpose grant, Richard.
You just told me it was.
No, I'm so sorry if that was confusing. No, I did not. I'm so sorry that might have gotten jumbled. It is not a neighborhood purpose grant for the Studio City Beautification Committee. The neighborhood purpose grant is only for the school and then the motion to come up next.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Alexa, let's call the roll and give it a vote.
Great. Richard Adams. Richard?
Sorry, I managed to mute myself. Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Alexa? Yes. And Adam?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on to motion 7C. Go ahead, Lana.
Yes, thank you. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the request from the Hope of the Valley Rescue Mission for a neighborhood purpose grant in the amount of $5,000 for the support of its nonprofit services to the area homeless population. Supporting documents from Bernice Saavedra, who is the Director of Strategic Initiatives. Hope of the Valley Rescue Mission is attached to this motion. And again, this was a motion that came to us in our late stages, and I wanted to go ahead and bring it before the board. So thank you very much for your consideration.
I'll second the motion. And with that, we'll take it to public comment. We have public comment first from Michael DeLazar. Thank you for being our trusty timer for this meeting. Puppet, go ahead. You have 1 minute to speak.
Yes, again, not agendized properly before a budget meeting. All you had to do was have a budget meeting, but now we have to do it this way. So again, throw the dice, vote for it, or join Mitchell Englander later on over there in Lompoc, maybe. Yes, I would vote no, but again, you'll vote yes because you don't want the money to go back to the treasury of the city because you know what they'll spend it on. What are they going to spend it on? Oh, they're going to spend it on bonuses. The city council staff got a 33% pay hike while all of you sit there and argue with each other. They're sitting there just filling their pockets with all that extra cash, CARES money, etc. So go out there, continue the stealing and the prior money laundering. We must continue all of the illegality. That's what makes Studio City NC so interesting.
That is time.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Michael? Public comment from Kira Durbin. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, it's Kira Durbin, Homelessness Committee. I just want to say to Lana, thank you for putting this on the agenda and make it clear to everybody that it is my fault that the motion came so late. I did not aware that Hope of the Valley had not made an NPG request to the Studio City Neighborhood Council yet. So please don't hold that against Hope of the Valley because I was slow. But I'm calling in support of the motion, obviously. When I knew that I was going to become homeless, it was horrifying and I had no idea where to go to ask for help. Since then, I've been sort of on a mission to make a list of resources for everyone that's how I developed a relationship with Hope of the Valley. I volunteer with them. And just to make it clear, there are definitely people from the streets of Studio City that did go into both tiny home facilities. So there's no question about that. And hopefully you were able to see on the NPG form what the funds will be used for.
That is
I
time.
wish I could answer questions, but I know I can't. So thank you so much for your consideration.
We have public comment from Matthew One. Go ahead.
So I'm glad that was clarified. So, you know, the motion's worded a little bit generally, but, you know, the documents are that it's for the tiny sheds in Alexandria Park. And, you know, like all the other Hope facilities, it's outside Studio City, but it's explicitly for that, you know, these tiny sheds. So what it means is we're buying into this really costly example of what we know is a failed model of temporary housing. I mean, there's just so many studies that show that just doesn't work. It doesn't get people off the streets. The bridge homes success rate, it's 15%. So it's just only permanent housing works. We've already invested millions in this failed model between these two tiny shed sites. So I think until they can prove that it works, that they've actually housed people, we've already invested way too much, and we're spending more money on these enforcement zones around the sheds and displacing people. We need to get money to those people and not more money after these sheds. I've spoken to lots of people and they admit there's no housing waiting for the people after the 9-day stays in these tiny sheds and other places. So we need to, you know, take a step back and reinvest in either temporary housing or helping the people that are just still on the streets to survive until we have a real place for them and not just these 90-day stays in the tiny sheds. So please, you know, let's hold off on this $5,000 for now. Thank you.
Okay, we have public comment from Scott Mandel.
Hi, thank you, Randy. Thank you, Kira, for clarifying that the Alexandria Park facility does service Studio City. I don't think Hope of the Valley should be blamed for any miss or malfeasance by our city. The fact that they fully fund their self-dealing when they create these tiny home villages, yet they shortchange the service providers who are actually doing the work. I support this, and I only regret that Hope of the Valley didn't request $5,000 for the Chandler facility as well. And as the previous commenter said, if this only gets them off the street for 90 days, it's 90 days. And if you look at what Hope of the Valley needs, I mean, these are just basic supplies. The malfeasance was the horrendous costs the city already paid for their self-dealing infrastructure for 100 years for a temporary project. Let's not punish Hope of the Valley or the people who get off the street for a few months by not giving them just the basics like blankets.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, I almost also somewhat concerned, as was mentioned earlier, that it's pretty vague what this money is going to be used for. I mean, we know Hope of the Valley is sort of the curried favorite service provider. And so I'm not clear what this money is going to be used for. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Public comment from Michaela. Go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This 5K grant to Hope of the Valley, the same organization that evicted people in the park and ride during a pandemic, while the Hollywood Bowl wasn't even in use, is misplaced money. They're already heavily funded. They don't need any more funding. This is not a grant that will help assist our unhoused community. Again, or other organizations are much more deserving of this grant. And to backtrack to the beginning of the meeting, I would suggest you listen to the only unhoused person who's been consistently attending these meetings, literally giving you the information you need to do your job and to help unhoused residents. Spending money on temporary housing is not a solution. The terms of living is carceral, it's 90-day stay. And what happens after that, other than displacing people and disrupting the community? You said you want outreach, to use your words. We need services for people on the streets, permanent housing, assistance vouchers. And we need to stop being so concerned about the trash and start caring about our unhoused residents. This is all of our city. Thank you.
I like her.
We have public comment from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Ruth. I don't have a problem exactly with the tiny homes as much as I have a problem with funding something that's already funded, overfunded at that. It's funded with HHH money, which was supposed to be for permanent housing only, and I don't know how they got to use the permanent housing money for these temporary sheds that are only supposed to be up for 3 years. But it's the problem that I have is the special enforcement zones that are very expensive to police the radius around the tiny home village. If it's a good housing project, it doesn't need criminalization and enforcement to draw people in. They'll go inside, like they will. And so a good housing project doesn't need criminalization. There's never any need for it. And all this money should go to there's a lot of service providers that do help here and have drop-in centers here in Studio City, and it should
Thank
go
you,
to one
Ruth.
of them.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment from Judy Gordon. Go ahead.
I would actually encourage everyone to take a tour of the tiny homes and see the good works that are being done by this organization. I've toured both of them and actually become a sponsor of one of the tiny homes. And I can't say enough good things about Hope of the Valley, and I would hope that you would approve this fund for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment from Kira Morrison. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi. I just want to say that I strongly oppose providing funding to Hope of the Valley. They already receive so much federal funding and tax breaks. This $5,000 is basically a drop in the bucket to them, and they don't need this money. It's going towards tiny homes, which are a precursor to displacement. Residents in Alexandria Park and North Hollywood, including those who were on the waiting list for tiny homes, were displaced and traumatized to make way for the tiny homes. The presence of tiny homes and bridge shelters increases enforcement and policing and only serves homeowners who are scared of unhoused people. These funds should be used for permanent housing and groups that are actually working with unhoused folks through outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment, I'm going to call on Bernice. Bernice, I'm hearing lots. Let me promote you to a panelist.
Brian has his hand up.
Let's hold on. Brian, did you want to speak before Bernice, who's with Hope of the Valley, or did you want to wait till she speaks?
I can speak either time, before or after.
Please go ahead. You're already unmuted.
Yeah, fair enough. I just want to say I was ready to vote yes on this, especially because I'd rather, again, see this money go to them instead of disappearing. Even though I do have a lot of concerns about the tiny home model as it's being used and relied upon, and especially as it relates to special enforcement zones. And I also want to make sure that the voice of our civically engaged, ruthless neighbor is reflected in the vote count. So with no disrespect to the team of Hope of the Valley, I will be voting no on this in order to highlight specifically the need for more service providers within Studio City boundaries. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Brian. So before we get to other board members, I do want to hear from Bernice because I think it's worth. I had the pleasure of touring the bridge home on Raymer and spending a good amount of time talking to Ken Kraft, CEO of Hope of the Valley, as well as taking a tour of the park on Alexandria. And Bernice, I'm sure you have prepared comments, but if you can speak to some of the public comments, because unless I'm mistaken, a number of the public comments that I heard tonight are just outright false. And it shocks me that people would not support something that is in fact helping people in a bad situation, goes without saying, get to hopefully a path to self-sufficiency, better health, and so on and so forth. So can you just speak to a number of the comments and statements or unintentional misstatements that were made? Just give us a little bit of questions about, as Rudy said, where is this money going to go? Where does Hope of the Valley get its funding? Is it 90 days and then you just kick them out and there's nowhere to go? If you can speak to some of those other points made, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Of course. So thank you for having me. And definitely want to bring some clarity to some of the comments that were made. I think one of the first ones that kind of comes to my mind of everyone that spoke was the 90-day rule and the idea that we're kicking individuals out of the tiny homes communities after that time frame, when in fact the tiny home village is really meant to do the opposite. So ideally, the candidates who are going into the tiny homes are people who are living within the vicinity. And then once they're in the unit, and it's a lot of outreach work that Hope of the Valley does do to help individuals who are unhoused kind of understand all the services that encompass being part of the tiny home community. And what our intent is, and our intent is to connect them to permanent housing. And what the tiny home villages do is provide interim housing to be able to do so, to be able to provide the on-site case management, housing navigation services to connect them to permanent housing. If it's as simple as them being able to become self-sufficient enough for them to get their own housing, or to connect them with resources that can help them with rent support or employment support, or anything from like reaching their California ID, things that we may take for granted. Our case managers, our housing navigators, our client service monitors, our program manager, all the people involved are really hands-on and be able to provide the services for the clients there. So if we do find an individual who 90 days is just not part of their plan, we don't kick them out. There, in fact, is a very clear restrictions on what are the valid reasons for anyone to be exited from the program, and time is not one of them. And where you are in your readiness and self-sufficiency and your path towards that, it's not in that realm at all. And in fact, we are here to support individuals become more self-sufficient on their own path. We really, really cater to being trauma informed, for our programs to be low barrier, harm reduction approach at all times, and really client centered, and really helping them be on their path to where they want to be and where they see themselves. So I really want to get away from this like 90 rule. It's not there. And even if our tiny homes are there, we do have people who go out and outreach and connect with LAHSA and the city employees to really help as best we can take advantage of the resources that our sites do provide. And if they're not ready for a tiny home interim, connecting with them to other sites, if it's within our agency or other agencies, just somewhere where they are able to receive the supports that they deserve. And I'm really, really want to step away from that ideology of like 90 days and you're out. Like that's really not the reality. And that's not the expectation of any of other people. Of course, our intent is connecting them to permanent housing, and that's the end goal. And that's really the priority of when working with individuals who decide to voluntarily come into the tiny homes community. As far as the funding piece, in particular for this grant, work with our finance department to make sure that everything that's allocated in any grant for any reason, any impact or any of that actually gets utilized for that reason. And I'm very clear and open to any neighborhood council that we are more than welcome to provide the financial details of how this money gets spent, for you all to come on site and to take a look at how the money is used. We really want to make sure that it's very clear that what we asked in the grants, that's what the money is used for. And more than happy to provide any financial document, any narrative report, any of that sort, to let you all know what the money is actually used for. A lot of the times, these huge city numbers get thrown out there of what they're providing for services and all these sorts of things. And the reality of how that trickles down to an agency is just not as clear as that. And it may look like we're getting funded all this sort of money, but a lot of the times 20% of the programming that actually and the funding needed to provide programs comes from us reaching out to local communities, to local organizations, and to fundraise for that piece that the city just doesn't cover. And that's why we are here to request and hopefully be granted a grant. And no number is too small for Hope of the Valley. I am very, very proud to say our CEO hand writes thank you notes to every single person who donates to our agency, no matter what the value of the donation is, because we truly value everyone that supports what we are trying to do. And we just want to help people be sheltered and be able to provide them a meal and be able to help them regain their own identity and regain self-sufficiency and just be part of our community with dignity. That's really a big piece of what we do. So I'm hopeful that I answered some of the questions and some of the items that were brought up in public comment, and I'm very open to continue to answer any of the questions that any of the board members have. I really, really enjoy being part of neighborhood council meeting just to kind of bring clarity and just bring more insight on like where the funds actually go to when we submit grant proposals.
Great, thank you. Could you speak to, there was a question, I think, about, I guess it's in a potential enforcement zone that's around these, where there's a bridge home or the tiny parks.
Yeah.
So is that true as it relates to the tiny pallet homes? Is that true, not true? Can you shed any insight to that?
Yeah, so the city does go out and try to clear as much debris, but they are not able to remove or displace or throw away anything that belongs to a person. There's mandates that are set in place where unhoused people are protected, and we support that protection. We don't, all the tiny home communities, it's a voluntary program. We want to make sure that when someone decides to partake into the tiny homes community, that it's a decision that they make. And it's their time, it's their timing, and it's their decision of when they want to go about and do that. So what we try to do instead is work with them alongside anywhere they are at and help them come to a conclusion or bring trust, bring clarity, just bring insight on what it actually means to come into the tiny home community. Because we totally understand that it is coming into something, having to disclose your personal information to a case manager, something that a lot of people don't have to do, and we respect that. So we really work with them and local outreach teams. We are not a provider of outreach, but that does not mean that we don't go above and beyond with our own volunteers who go out and provide meals for unhoused individuals around the area. And it's really on their time, and we support that. And we want to make sure that we're not on the side of clearing the areas or anything. Of course, if there's an unhoused individual close to any tiny home site, our goal is to bring them inside, because it just comes with supportive services that we believe they truly are deserving of. And it's a step closer to permanent housing. Tiny home community is part of the roadmap that LASA has created, which gives priority to any vulnerable, COVID vulnerable individual to actually get connected to recovery rehousing, which is a rent supported program. So coming into the tiny homes community connects you directly to a program that can facilitate you going into permanent housing and helping you gain the resources, employment, increase in income to be able to sustain itself. So it's not a one answer tiny homes, it's part of a path to permanent housing. And that's really where we're trying to hopefully bring understanding to everyone. The next is permanent housing.
Okay, at least for me, you started to break up there at the end, but to be clear, this is tiny homes is a part of the kind of big picture of LASA to move people into permanent supportive housing, if that in fact is the course, correct?
Yes, and it also brings priority to those programs.
And then the other part, just so I'm clear, is my understanding is that Hope of the Valley, I don't even like the phrase encatchment, because that's just to me a weird phrase. I don't know why, but the service area that the tiny homes help is within a 3-mile radius. So to the southern end, that clearly comes into Studio City. And do you happen to know if in fact today first of all, these will be my last two, and then I know there's board members waving their hands at me. One is, do you know, are you at capacity yet? Number one. And number two, are there currently hopefully formerly unhoused Studio City stakeholders that are now hopefully on the road to recovery and in a tiny home?
Yeah, so our full capacity for the Alexandria site is 200 individuals. Right now we're decompressed due to COVID, which hopefully soon enough we'll be at full capacity. So right now our capacity is half of that, and we're on our path to reach that capacity. And it's a slower moving process because we really are working with city officials to make sure that any individual who goes into tiny homes is someone who is in the surrounding area. And we're working alongside with LASA and the city for them to really identify the individuals and for us to bring them in and be able to provide all the services. So working with our program manager and our program director, I was informed that approximately we expect 30% of our site to be of individuals who are from the city of from Studio City. I can't give you an exact number of what to date, as our capacity tends to change on a day to day, as hopefully we can get more individuals in and be able to complete the intake and start services with us.
Great. With that, go ahead, Lana.
Hi, thank you so much, Bernice, for clarifying that. And you mentioned 3%, but I think in a letter you sent me, you said approximately 30% possibly of Studio City unhoused residents may have been reached by your services over a certain amount of time. Is that correct? And then to the folks that may or may not have had a chance to read the neighborhood purpose grant description for where these monies would be designated, it does ask specifically on the grant to describe the purpose and intent of this grant. And it does read, Hope of the Valley Rescue Mission is seeking $5,000 grant to support the purchasing of needed items for the Tiny Home Village Alexandria site, HOTV. It will use this fund to provide essential items for the 103 tiny homes that will eventually house 200 individuals in need of shelter. Essential items will include shelter supplies, hygiene supplies, equipment, and personal protective equipment. This can include needed sheets, blankets, pillows, wastebaskets, towels, tables, chairs, masks, water, food, gloves, and disinfecting materials. HOTV would utilize the funds to prepare for the needs of housing the initial 103 individuals who will be utilizing the services. And then there is, yet another paragraph that supports that in the overall purpose of their existence. So I just wanted to share that with folks. It was my understanding when this grant was sent to us to consider that it would be regarding supplies more so than a specific housing or shelter situation. And so to Michaela and Ruth and others who didn't have a chance to look over that grant, I just wanted to read that and appreciate Bernice saying that she would be happy to share any of the detailed information about where the money has been spent in regards to these supplies. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes,
Okay, Richard.
Mispronunciation, but it was 30%.
Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
Yeah, my questions are after looking at Chandler's, looking at Alexandria's and the maps and some of the funding documents, not many of them, it seems like this could be a gift of public funds that we're prohibited from doing. Yes, a lot of the money is going to consumable supplies, toothpaste or whatever. But other items basically are recoverable, like the actual mini homes themselves. Eventually they'll be moved to some other site or destroyed, probably moved. And so I'm a little concerned basically of it being a gift of public funds, something which is not going to have the durability and benefit to Studio City as it would be wherever they end up at. Thank you.
Hey,
Is there
Richard,
any other? Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Lana.
I'm just curious. So, Richard, you're looking at the section 2, number 5 description. Is that?
I didn't see anything about the dispositions of the housing when it's all done.
I don't know that
Chandler
it,
or
it's
here, but I'm more concerned with here.
Oh, you mean for the impact to Studio City unhoused
How is it
residents?
going to help us for a long term? What's going to happen to all the housing when it's done? All the little many houses. I'm not objecting to the program. I'm only objecting being a gift to public funds. That can be
correct.
By you guys.
Correct. And I do understand this to be a nonprofit 501c3, which we are allowed to send public funds to. And
yes, we're allowed to do it, but it doesn't make it sure it's going to benefit us or even the homeless in Studio City.
Well,
I'd rather have, and frankly, I'd rather have the mini housing at the parking lot for the Hollywood Bowl. I'm sure would look a lot better.
Well, we were not just to make it, clear. We were not presented with a proposal from a group that has a 501c3 from operating in that area, but we do have one from a very sound program with Hope of the Valley.
Okay, I'm
Great.
not objecting to the objectives of Hope of the Valley. That's just fine. I'm just trying to see what's the long term.
No, I understand, Richard, but given the time, if we can just keep it comments specific to this, that'd be appreciated. I'm sure we could all run into run down the rabbit hole and talk about what could be better for the park and ride, but that's just not what this motion is about at this time. So thank you. Is there any other board comment? Jesse Porter.
So real quickly, in the interest of time, thank you so much, Bernice, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And echoing Brian, I really appreciate the comments from Michaela and from Ruth and from Kira, which are obviously quite germane to this motion. And I would just say, we do this every year. We have a fresh budget, every board, every year. And if there are organizations that you feel do a better job, get those organizations to present to our budget committee, and they'll have the opportunity to lay out, and you'll have the opportunity to advocate for them, the work that they do. We would love to hear more proposals from different organizations in the future.
Thank you, Jesse. And just to echo what you said, Jesse, I will say that I spoke to a couple of people, and I actually, for example, encouraged. I said that NoHo Home Alliance, as an operator in Studio City, should apply for an MPG. And the response that I received back is, we don't need Studio City. They don't need our help, and they don't think that Studio City, it was a blanket comment that Studio City doesn't care about the homeless, which I disagree with.
Well, that's very interesting, since they came for us for $2,500 within the past year.
Right, I know. So my hope is that, look, I agree with you, Jesse. If there's an organization that's doing better work, or it's another one, I think that they should always come forward, and it never hurts to ask, and we go from there. So thank you for that comment. And with that, seeing no other. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, isn't it all about just helping people? And we have the money, and this is an organization that needs help, even if it is to buy boxes of toothpaste for the homeless, and people need help. We can't keep complaining about blight and trash strewn everywhere and not want to donate and give this money that we have access to to an organization who wants to help people. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, let's take a vote.
Richard Adams.
Richard.
Oh, he had his hand up actually. So hold on one second. Richard, still there? Try to unmute now. Go ahead.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yes.
Oh, he doesn't have he's voting. Okay. Brian.
My problem isn't Hope of the Valley, but I vote no.
Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
No.
Lisa.
Yes.
Richard.
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Alexa, yes. And Adam.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much, Alana. Agenda item 8A, agenda items 9A through, I'm sure all of you will appreciate this, 9A through 9D, basically both government affairs and transportation motions. Out of interest of time and thankfully agreement of the chair, Barry Johnson, all of those will be tabled until the next meeting. So skipping right along to outreach, agenda item 10A.
Yes, this is an item brought by me. If we can promote Steve Ryan to a panelist. He's got a presentation. Steve came to the outreach committee with a proposal to start a summer event series on top of a parking structure in the central Studio City Ventura Boulevard strip. And this is it's going to be a commercial venture, which we were going to try and get our neighborhood council involved in. There's some roadblocks because they are charging admission. So we've gone back and forth trying to figure out a way around it. But in the meantime, to help this series of events happen, which could revitalize our business district, have all sorts of positive ramifications on our downtown area, he is asking for our support of his venture because it will help him with some of the permitting he's trying to do. So with that, I'm going to highly encourage folks to listen to what Steve is proposing and vote for it, because I think we all could use a little lift after the pandemic, and his project is quite interesting. Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, thanks everybody. I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen, see how successful I can be at that. There you go. Hopefully you're seeing my screen. Good evening, board. My name is Steve Ryan, and my group is planning a series of family events for Studio City. We'd like to thank the outreach committee for bringing this motion of support to the board for consideration. Slide here. Our group is called Lot 690 Studio City, and we are creating a series of pop-up events on the rooftop of the parking structure at 12225 Ventura Boulevard, just behind the Bank of America. This rooftop is ideally situated for outdoor evening events. Our intention is to activate this rooftop garage, transforming it into a family-friendly location for a series of rooftop events. We are currently developing 3 pop-up programs for this rooftop: a movie screenings, a themed food night, and a sunset music comedy stage. Our event program is being planned as a safe family activity with limited attendance, following all LA County health protocols as they are written. Our rooftop movie program will allow families to gather under the stars for a series of LA-themed classic films. Our rooftop catering will offer a food and beverage package that is specifically themed to the movies, And a rooftop program is also being planned for some entertaining backyard barbecue celebrations. Our red, white barbecue will feature local wines paired with country barbecue and music. Our rooftop stage will feature a series of candlelight concerts co-produced with our marketing partner Fever Up Los Angeles. This intimate music experience comes to the San Fernando Valley for the first time. With the support of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, we can continue our planning and promote our events. Final dates will be announced in June. We've assembled an experienced team of entertainment producers along with a selected list of vendors who will support this effort. And so that's my presentation. I thank you for your support. Sure, can answer any questions if Michael wants to continue.
Yes, and so to be clear, this is a vote not for any money support, monetary support. This is just to say that we as a board hope, wish Steve well and hope that the city will help him and the counselor's office will help him in any way possible, and that will help him get the ball rolling on his end.
Great. Before we take that to a vote, Michael, and thank you, Steve, for the presentation. Certainly sounds great to me. We just have a couple of public comments. So first, go ahead, Puppet, for 1 minute.
Yes, and it's good. We would only ask that Jesse would share his liquor. Seems to have a lot there. And it's good. Things on the roof. Alcohol on a roof, especially with all those candles. And of course, what would happen if a few of them fell and started a fire? Sounds very exciting, especially if somebody were to jump off the roof or push their girlfriend off there. The insurance premiums could be absolutely miraculous. Yes, Jacobian Myers supports it. And again, the drinking game on this Studio City Council will now begin. It started at 11. The drinking rule is Englander. So if you hear Englander, you take a drink, honoring the prison inmate soon to become. Yes, so we wish Steve well, and Steve wishes Mr. Englander well on his 13-month prison sentence for being such a good thief at the city council. Thank you so much.
That is time.
Brandon Marino, go ahead.
Yeah, I was at the outreach committee meeting a week and a couple of days ago. Still no word about that gate that's locked by a third party to access Riverwalk. Still no noise impact study to determine Laurel Grove, St. Clair, and Valley Heart, what kind of noise impact and light impact as well. I know this isn't about money. This is just about an approval to get the ball rolling, but that would be helpful if impact studies were also included in the proposal, because ultimately that's what the neighborhood council cares about the most, how it's going to impact the people around it. Thank you.
We would just add that there is a sound wall proposed along the river edge of the event to minimize the sound effect to the neighborhood. That's not to say there will be no sound, but we're not talking about rock concerts. We're talking about different.
Great, thank you. Board comment from Richard Adams. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that was from when I couldn't unmute myself. Anything to actually bring business back or foot traffic back to our business district, both the bid itself and the business district to the west and the east, is a good thing. I understand the problems with formally supporting or being involved with this, since it is a for-profit event. That being said, this can't, it theoretically could be bad, but in all probability, it'll be a good thing. I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Richard. Go ahead, Lana.
I just want to say how excited I am that the parking lot roof would be utilized for so many wonderful and varied events for our residents and or other people coming through our community to attend. I did have an opportunity years ago to attend probably a one-off sort of event there that was a movie being held on the rooftop, and it was quite a lovely event. And yet, you, uh, the noise or whatever might be a consideration. Here's the thing, we're not going to be staying till midnight or 2 a.m. There will be, certain time frames for events. I mean, it'll be very structured. So I have full confidence in this team, and I really am excited that Steve Ryan and his folks have put this together and chosen our community to bring these great things here. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard Niederberg.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Will be they're subsidized on parking. Also, what about the lights in the air? Is it going to affect neighbors across the street, etc.? Things of that nature. What other environmental impacts are there?
Steve, did you want to?
Also, I'll add one more thing then. Obviously, what about power for lighting? That parking structure seems like it just has just enough. Looking at the power boxes downstairs by the elevator.
Yeah, I mean, all of those things we're going to do a study on before this thing moves forward. We basically need to work with you guys and get the concerns so that we can mitigate all those issues.
Great, thanks.
Including parking and lighting, okay. And food, obviously.
So with that, and Lisa Karagian.
Just real quick. So this is a for-profit venture. Just wondering, how much are you planning on charging at the door?
We haven't announced our ticket structure at this point. We're still putting our prices together. Obviously, the community support is going to help us a long way with getting some sponsorship, which will help to underwrite some of the costs. But we're looking for an event that's going to be of quality. So ticket pricing is going to be a little bit higher than if you were to go to a typical movie theater, because there are going to be other amenities there. So we'll be announcing that shortly if we can continue to move this project forward.
Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other board hands, let's bring this to a vote, please. Alexa, go ahead.
Okay. Richard?
Yes.
Brian?
He had to jump off.
Okay. Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
I'm going to be done. Yes.
Richard? Richard?
Skip him.
Okay. Jesse?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Alexa, yes. And Adam?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Agenda item number 11 for land use. Just before Lisa jumps into this, I asked Lisa if she'd be kind enough, since these all basically say the same thing, just referencing different businesses, if we can vote on these as just one block item, approving all of them. Without objection, any objections to that? Hearing none, so we're going to vote on all four of these motions as one, but go ahead, Lisa.
Yes. Is she going to read the motion and comments?
Right. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, let me just start, Richard, and then you'll have to ask a question. So cannabis, just to give you a little background, under state and local law, businesses must have local authorization, being us, to engage in commercial cannabis activity. So there is a page that features a comprehensive list on cannabis.lacity.org/licensing. That lists a map of all businesses with temporary approval or license to sell medicinal or adult use cannabis and cannabis products. So checking the map that shows the number of available licenses allowed by our community plan area. At this time, there are 0 licenses available for our community plan, which is Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahuenga Pass. So no new licenses can be issued by the department. However, owners can ask city council to approve their license due to what is referred to as PCN, a public convenience or necessity exception. So we are at capacity, which is number 9. And I feel that we have enough dispensaries in Studio City. I hope you will oppose the council files that I am about to read for business dispensary name High AF, council file number 21-0420-S5, Blazing Buds, council file number 21-0420-S6, Fam Bam, council file number 21-0420-S8, and the Basin Group, council file number 21-0420-S42. These will be filed as a community impact statement. I hope you support the opposition that is listed.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We have public comment from Goat Puppet. Go ahead. Goat Puppet, go ahead.
Muted me, asshole. All right, undid it, okay. Ow! Yes, it's the first, we support the first one. The first one is High AF, for the record. That's high as fuck. Yes, and what better sign would be on Ventura Boulevard than to drive up and down and see a large neon sign saying high as fuck. So we support that. That's the perfect motto, the perfect draw, and it will add to tourism as well. People from all over the world will come to Studio City to get high as fuck. So yes, we support the first one. Now the others, we will definitely oppose at this time, but please pass the first one. High AF. No, high as fuck. Because you can't have hope in a pandemic without a little dope. That's right. And again, for Jesse, we will.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Public comment from Brandon Marino. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just kind of hoping Puppet's hand had fallen asleep, but I guess not. High as blankety blank, and he was correct. That's what AF means. It may as well be a Valley Heart address and not a Coldwater Canyon address, because it's right there on Valley Heart, right across from the entrance to the river. And dispensing marijuana over there might not be such a good idea, because the people are just going to go right across the way down to the river and smoke it all. So I'm in favor of opposing all of this, because yeah, we've got too many of them on the boulevard right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kira Durbin, go ahead.
Hi, Kira Durbin. Thank you, Lisa, for the explanation. Really appreciate that. I also agree that High AF is one of the best names ever for a dispensary, and I would enjoy explaining to my children what that stands for. And I love seeing people on camera laughing. It's great when it's this late at night. But thank you, Lisa. I totally oppose, so I'm in opposition. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I'll just say it, it's late. Is there need for public comment on this? Or can we take this to a vote?
I think we can take it to a vote.
Alexa.
I have comment.
Of course. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, we are a deliberative body, no matter how much some people just dislike that concept. And I would point out that, is to the best of my understanding, all these business locations are currently empty. I know the dentist office on Coldwater, it has always had a Coldwater address, has been empty for months and months, even though a dental office should have been open during the current crisis. Well, I do not partake. I have a federal firearms license. The ATF has no sense of humor in that matter. The owners of these properties have finally found somebody who open a business and pay them rent. I agree we have a plethora of dope houses, and we'd probably be a better community without them, but the population of the state voted in favor of this stuff. And these property owners have a right to get a business in there that will actually pay the rent so they can pay their mortgage. And if the market will bear these additional shops, it's our friends, neighbors, and stakeholders that are patronizing them. And I'm conflicted in both directions, but really, are we going to tell the stakeholders that own these properties, potential employees, and the potential business owners that they can't open up a business and pay people money and make a profit and keep their property paid for? Because, ooh, it's icky. And yeah, the name's weird, but First Amendment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Richard. We are at capacity in Studio City with the allotment of dispensaries that we are allowed to have. So
I understand. Not to go back and forth, Lisa, but we're over our limit for liquor licenses as well. But we don't have a problem with, liquor-related crime. I think marijuana is the same thing.
Right.
That's all.
Thank you.
Randy, you're muted.
Yeah, unmute yourself, Randy.
Sorry about that. If we bring this to a vote?
Yes, just to make sure everyone knows, the board knows that this did pass. All 4 items did pass in land use with a unanimous vote to oppose.
I think Alex Zbicki has a comment.
Oh.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Hi. As far as Mr. I'm not going to mention anyone, but as far as rent and needing to be paid and vacancies, et cetera, it could be that the profit margins of this industry is just high enough to pay rents that are maybe not at market, and maybe we need a little more diversified business cluster on the boulevard. I believe adding more of these type of businesses will only even drive out other businesses that are nearby. So I absolutely encourage everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you, Alex. Well said. Okay, great. Bring this to a vote.
Actually, just to make it clear, it's yes to oppose, no to support. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes to oppose, because the motion reads, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council
opposes
the PCN.
Anybody else?
Nope. Go ahead, Alexa.
As I bring this to a vote, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this vote, as I am an attorney who does licensing and compliance in the cannabis space. And I do represent a few of the currently operating dispensaries in Studio City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll bring it to a vote. Richard Adams.
As I said, I'm conflicted. I will abstain.
Okay. Brian's no longer here. Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Is Richard Peterberg still around?
Yes, he's.
Yeah. Rick.
Abstain.
Lana.
Yes.
I have recused myself. And Adam.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
With that, I'll just say thank you to all of you again. It's been a year. You'll have to show up to June, but only it's for the first part of the meeting, and then we.
Andy, you have an announcement, please?
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, you have an announcement, actually. Tomorrow, the Neighborhood Council is sponsoring an event I wish you could take it from there.
You know what? There's an event that's with the public library. I'll confess I don't have the information in front of me this moment, Richard. So if you have it, please share it, or just send the email again to the board. There is an event that we're co-sponsoring with the library. It should be very interesting. It's on the history of, actually, if I'm not now, it's coming back to me. A very well-known architect here in Los Angeles,
Paul Williams, right?
Paul Williams, and it's just kind of a great kind of American success story. So spread the word and reach out to Richard for more information. With that, I want to thank all of you. I hope that genuinely I get the opportunity to have a coffee with you guys. For those that are not continuing on to the next board. And with that, have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and be in touch.
Night.
At all.